Anybody? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good. How was your weekend?
It was great, thank you. And yours?
It was good. It was kind of it was slow, but it was nice.
Well, sometimes we do need something slow.
We do, you're right.
Yeah.
It was we had my son's 26th birthday, which made me feel like really old.
Don't worry, when they hit the 40s, then you says, oh boy. Then you see how serious life is timing.
Does anyone know what the class is today? Which class we're doing? Which participant guide?
Isn't it class
Mark number 6.
6, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yep.
Perfect. Let's get a little better view there. All right, looks like we've got about 3 minutes, so we'll let everyone get in and we'll get going.
Jen Bovey threw me off. I was going to bring Carson down to say good morning to you, and I didn't see your name on the screen, so I didn't bring him down.
Oh,
It said in front of your name, it said Cassie. And I just quickly scanned the thing to see if you were here, and it said Cassie. And I was like, oh, Jen's not here this morning. Maybe she told me she was going to be here. And then I was like, okay, I'm going downstairs, Baba. Sorry.
bummer. Would love to see him. I'm actually working from home this morning because it's my daughter's birthday today. So,
Oh, happy birthday. I saw her in her car. If she isn't
yeah.
like the most scrumptious thing, I don't even know. In the Jeep.
She loved it.
Happy birthday, Jen.
Thank you.
It's your birthday too. You were
No.
the birthday one.
Is it really your birthday too?
No,
Oh.
my birthday's in April.
Okay.
No, but think about it. You mothers do the birthing is really your birthday. You were birthing.
I get it.
I get it.
So it's really your day to be celebrated, not us. We just showed up.
Aw.
We're the gift to the party.
We're both going to celebrate.
Yes, I just celebrated my son's 26th birthday on Saturday, and I was like, how did that happen if I'm only 30?
All right, guys, just bear with me. I'm not the most technologically savvy coach here. Just need to figure out how to share the slides. All right, so it looks like, let me know you can see those on your screen.
Ooh, it's my notebook.
Yes.
Morning, Cassie
Good. And can you also see me?
or Corinne.
Good morning.
Sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. So we've got 1 minute and I'll introduce myself. Make sure everyone's here.
I can post the materials for today in the chat.
Good, I have a link to it if you need it. I've saved everything to the computer here. I just want to make sure everything's really well, so.
I have everything, so if you need anything specific, just let me know and I'll help however I can.
Very good. All right, awesome. Well, I think let's go ahead and get started. I just want to start by saying, before I introduce myself, you know, I really want everyone to participate today. Feel free to share, ask questions, interrupt me. If I am being unclear, please let me know. Certainly, the more you participate, the more you learn, and then, you know, makes the class more exciting. So I would love for you to say your name and what market center you're out of and what your role is. So for example, if I was speaking to ask a question and I was a participant, I would say, my name is Corinne and I am a productivity coach out of the Western Massachusetts Market Center, Pioneer Valley. So that would be helpful for us to get to know each of you and to get to know each other. So I appreciate that. Without further ado, we'll get started. My name is Corinne Barano. I am the executive or head coach in the Pioneer Valley Market Center 366 in Western Massachusetts. I have been in real estate and with Keller Williams since 2005. I've been in the productivity coaching role since 2010. So, you know, tons of experience there. I'm really excited to get going with you guys today. So I say we jump right in. Today, we're going to be covering Spark session, deliver your value proposition. That is essentially what value do you bring to the table as an agent that sets you apart from perhaps other agents that are interviewing the seller, or helps to bring the consumer into the mindset that using a realtor is the right decision for them. So we're going to jump right in. Let's see, just make sure. So who would like to share what they have learned so far, what they're grateful for so far in this Ignite journey? I'd love to have 3 people share.
I'll go. I'm Mary. I'm in the Merrimack Valley Westford Market Center. I'm a new agent since July, but just with KW since December. Anyway, something that I've learned so far is that action is less scary once you do it.
Very cool. Awesome. I love that. As a coach, that's like, you know, the best aha you can have. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's been good. This week has actually been this past week was really good, and I took the most action so far. So
Awesome.
I'm
Great.
happy to build on that this week.
Very good. Very good. And welcome to KW. We're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a real estate agent. I joined Keller Williams back in November, so it's been a couple of months. I came from a sales world, but I think really breaking down the goals, which was Friday's class, helped allow me understand how things are attainable on a day-to-day basis. I think frequently you can get overwhelmed with how many contacts you need to add into your database and how many actions need to happen, transactions. So it can be a bit overwhelming, but it was a really good exercise to be able to understand the output to be successful on a day-to-day.
Very cool. Thank you very much for sharing. We just need one more aha.
I will.
Something you've learned. Go ahead.
My name is Michelle Arnero. I recently joined Keller Williams family over in Salem as of November. And one big thing that I took away from this class is that it's really helped me to have a different perspective on how I see myself or how I see like a realtor. Because one of the things that was kind of like one of my limiting beliefs was like wanting to call people in my database I hadn't talked to in a while because I didn't feel like it was genuine. I didn't want to go that approach because it didn't feel genuine to me that all of a sudden I would reach out to these people after 5, 10, whatever years, you know. And I love the idea of to not think of yourself as a salesperson and to think of yourself as a consultant. And that has really stuck with me because I love to help people. So I love that approach because it's the sales idea that kind of turns me off to sales jobs in a sense, even though I am good at upselling things like that. But I love the idea of being considered like a consultant because that seems more like what I'm really trying to get out there to my clients is who I am.
Absolutely. That's fantastic. That's what we call, coming from contribution at Keller Williams, right? The conversation, the marketing, really should be geared towards the consumer, right? How are you bringing value to them? And that's what we're going to talk about today. Delivering value, delivering your value proposition. So thank you so much for sharing. And let's go on the topics here. Before we move into the first slide, I'd love to hear if anybody has any challenges or questions at this point. Okay, very good. Then we will keep moving.
So Corinne, this is Jen Bovey. How are you?
How's it going?
Good. Could you make me host really quick? I have to stream to Facebook and I can't do that until I'm host.
Yes.
And I'll switch it back to you.
Do you have
sorry.
clarity on how to do that? I am not sure how to do that.
Sure. If you just click on my name, there's a blue more button. And if you click down more, it says make host.
Done. Yes, I would. Okay, very good. Okay, so today we're going to talk about you. This course is about you and what your value, what your skills, what your past experiences bring to the table to your career in real estate. We're on the slide, what successful agents do every day. We know because you've seen this slide, you're going to grow your business and you're going to run your business, or we say work on and in your business. So growing your business, today we're going to lead generate for buyers and sellers. So prepare you for that. Growing your business is also setting appointments for seller and buyer presentation appointments or listing appointments, completing those buyer and seller presentations, signing listings, previewing real estate, so showing homes, viewing homes, as well as running your business, which is marketing, negotiating contracts, things of that nature. Are there any questions on the slide? I know you've seen it, so I want to keep moving into the material. If you have any questions, just interrupt us. Go ahead and stop me. Okay, so we're looking today to define our value. We are going to build our value proposition today, which I think is really going to be phenomenal, as well as practice some scripts and go into lead generation. This is our roadmap for the day. So we're going to define our value, look at the 3 aspects of service, know and state our value proposition, and deliver value. It's asking me to share what my value proposition is, and I think that that's really, really exciting, and it's been well defined over the years. So in my career in real estate, I've been in many positions here at Keller Williams. I started at the front desk. I've also been an individual agent, an assistant to a realtor, a top team. I've worked on a 2-person team, and then I've also worked in an office support role of contracts and the coaching role, coaching and training. So my value proposition looks something to the effect of, and of course it's delivered throughout a presentation, that my knowledge of the area, having lived in Western Massachusetts my whole life, so my deep knowledge of the area is a benefit to my buyers and sellers, for obvious reasons I would think, but we can certainly talk about that, as well as my knowledge of contracts. So I was for many years doing all of the contracts for a company. So I have a lot of relationships with attorneys and a lot of knowledge of contracts, real estate contract law. So that's part of my value proposition, as well as my coaching and training role, and just what I say to my clients is, my office has trusted me because of my knowledge of real estate to train other agents and help new agents learn the business. So those are things that I use in my value proposition. And what I want you to think about is how your life experience and your work experience has brought you to where you are today in your knowledge in general of your area, of working with people, customer service. So really start thinking on that. As we get into the materials, it's going to ask you to define that. So I want you thinking on that as we move through today. Okay, so we're going to, let me just go ahead and move on because this slide is good. I'm sorry. Also, I don't have a PowerPoint on my computer, so I just downloaded a PDF. So I apologize. The slides are a little bit big. Some of the pictures are a little funny. I just want to make sure I had everything ready. So your value. So we're going to describe our value proposition. So craft a simple, precise description of the benefits to the client. We're going to clearly convey it. And then we're going to make it a covenant between you and the client. So essentially, we're going to talk today about whatever value proposition you build, and yours will be unique to you. When you present that to a client, you are expected to hold to it, right? So we need to make sure that we're clear on what we're promising and clear on as to why it's for a client. So a value proposition is a simple and precise description of the benefits the customer will get from working with you. A value proposition should clearly convey all the things you do to earn the fee you charge. And your value proposition is a covenant between you and the customer. Let's have a few people answer this question. Let's say two to speak up. And I just let's give everyone an opportunity to share. So certainly if no one else is sharing and you've already shared throughout the day, jump in. Let's give everyone a chance. I'd like everyone to participate, ask a question or respond to a question at some point today. Two people, let's answer. How will having prepared your value proposition help you move from leads to contracts closed? What do you think this is going to do for you in that regard?
Sounding more confident.
Absolutely. Sure. Absolutely. Being clear, right? One of the bold laws, clarity is power. The clearer you are on what your value is, the easier it will be for you and the more confident you'll be to convey that to the consumer. So that's fantastic. Who else?
When a client asks, what can you offer me? Why shouldn't I just sell it myself? You have a reason, and it's clear and it's convincing.
Yeah, absolutely convincing. That's the key, right? This is really a script that you are building around your business and your value, right? We're creating a script today that you can use to say, this is why you should hire me. This is why you should pay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10% of the asking price. This is what I will do for you that is different than what many other agents will do for you. And we just want to be careful there, not to say than any other agent will do, however, than many, right? So, or than most. So fantastic. That's great. Thank you very much. So looking at where we are on the map, we're at the, we talked about defining a value. We're at 3 aspects of service. So I'm just going to move the slide. So the 3 aspects of service. So the purpose, know the underlying purpose of a real estate, of the real estate profession. I think that that's really an understated thing. So we really need to know and note that, realtors didn't always exist. Certainly it's a tested and true, longstanding profession. However, we need to understand what our purpose is. Why does our profession exist? Why would a consumer choose to work with an agent versus, like Jeffrey said, going for sale by owner or, some other option. We're going to look at the value proposition, which we're of course talking about, having communicate a clear sense of how you deliver on that purpose. Also, we're going to talk about fiduciary and what does that mean. So fiduciary has 2 meanings, both of which apply here in real estate. So exhibit a continual drive to put your client's needs above all else. We will get into that. I'm going to ask you to go in your participants guide to page 3. So while you're doing that, I'll read. So when Gary Keller was researching for the Millionaire Real Estate Agent, he noted that every top producing agent he spoke with had a deep and almost inherent sense of service. You cannot grow a real estate business if you don't prioritize your client's experience above all else. A stellar experience is how you earn your commission and get referrals, which is, of course, going to spiral your business forward and become many, many referrals over the years. We've identified 3 aspects of service. So purpose, the purpose, value proposition, fiduciary. Know the underlying purpose of real estate, compelling value proposition, and fiduciary. Together, these aspects guarantee that your clients will have the best possible real estate experience. So let's talk about the underlying purpose of real estate. So what is the underlying purpose of real estate? And it is different for buyers and sellers. So let's have 3 people share what they think that the underlying purpose of real estate is.
To help your client navigate the real estate world, as painless as possible, so that they're not making those mistakes in their offers or taking the wrong offer, and knowing the facts about the property, so that you can share
Great,
those things.
absolutely. Yeah, very good, very good. Just a reminder to just say your name and where you're working in, and then share.
Sorry, it's Ann Claus from Keller Williams Portsmouth.
Thank you. Who else? What is the underlying purpose of real estate?
This is Matt Walsh from KW Elite in Plainville, and I think it's to bring them value, to bring them the best value they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Simply stated, right? Absolutely. And we'll define that today, right? What does that mean? Very good. One more. Does anybody have something else?
To solve the consumer's problems.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Solve the problems and or create a transaction with problems, right? So as we said, it's different for buyers and sellers. And so for buyers, our responsibility, our fiduciary responsibility to them is to find them the right home at the best possible price in the, in the right time frame as they've requested, and with the least amount of problems. And that's really important. And for sellers, it's about netting them the most money in the fastest time frame, with, again, the least amount of problems. So that does carry over. That problem piece carries over between the two, which is, of course, really important to know. So what happens, let's have 2 people share. What happens to your client's buying or selling experience if you don't understand that this is the underlying purpose of real estate? What do you think can happen?
They don't get the experience that they deserve. They may not get the home that they're looking for. They may, the whole experience can just be not what they're looking for. It can put a really bad taste in their mouth. And you're really affecting one of the biggest decisions people make in their lives. So
right.
You could have a huge effect on them if you're not providing what we are, bound to our job.
Right. Very good. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody else have something to add to that? Just one more check.
This is Bill with Keller Williams Lakes and Mountains. It won't take long for them to lose confidence in you.
Right. And then what happens to your business, right? If too many people lose confidence in you, then you lose your business, right?
Right.
Remember that we're a business that's built on referrals. So certainly we want to deliver value each and every time without fail. And I think it's important to note too that, when you see, like, so for example, let's say you're looking at the market and you notice some expired listings. That is an opportunity where perhaps a previous agent wasn't able to define value, to bring value to the transaction, to really define the value and deliver on it. So that could be a great opportunity for you to come in and really change someone's mind about what it's like to work with a real estate professional. So I think that's great. I just want to note, yeah, absolutely. What ultimately will happen if you don't know how to define your value, if you don't know how to deliver on that value, is, yeah, your clients will have a bad experience, and that will not translate well into your business or into the company. So certainly we want to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's why we're here today. Okay, so it's significant that one phrase is shared with buyers and sellers. So with the least amount of problems, right? Or I say with the least amount of challenges or hiccups. And that's really important. So what are some across, maybe an experienced agent, someone who's had at least a few closings can share, what are some of the problems you've been able to either anticipate for your clients, or something that, something you were able to successfully avoid? And let's keep it brief, certainly share We don't need all the details. Let's make sure we're keeping the confidential pieces confidential. Does anybody have an example of something that, you know, came up in a transaction, was able to be avoided due to your action? And I'll just give some examples. You know, so perhaps, you know, in this market, we're still, after many years, in a seller's market, at least here in New England. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of buyers paying significantly above asking, right? So one of the ways that you can anticipate an issue and protect your client would be to put an appraisal clause into the offer, just stating that the property needs to appraise at a certain amount or at the total price in order for the buyers to feel comfortable closing. And that's it's a simple piece, and it's sort of something that almost is expected in real estate, that you would add that where it's needed. And yet it is part of your value proposition, knowing when to add things like that to the offer, knowing when to anticipate problems down the road. Almost a built-in way to avoid some challenges in the transaction would be our inspection clause. And of course, if your market's different, don't quote me. You know, certainly I feel confident that in every market we have an inspection period with an automatic right to back out. And that is something that's been built in as a value to the clients so that they can be comfortable making offers on properties. A buyer knows that they can make an offer without having to have done an inspection first. So that's something that over the years has been kind of brought into a real estate transaction as a value to the client because of issues in the past. So I want you just thinking about things in that way. Very good. Any questions on that before we get into the value propositions? I'm sorry, wrong on my computer screen and I don't know how, so I don't know if you can see that. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Is an escalation clause kind of what you're talking about?
It could be.
Writing an escalation clause into the contract?
Yeah, absolutely. It could be, right? So that could be a way to, when we say with the least amount of problems, you know, one of the problems that buyers are having right now is they're not able to secure homes, right? Writing 2, 3, 4, 5. I've heard 10 offers and not securing a property. So certainly that's part of your value proposition, is to just explain to a buyer that you will do everything in your power to secure them the home that they choose. And that can include escalation clauses. It also means, you know, on that point, Raymond, you know, knowing how much a buyer is pre-approved for and having had a conversation with that buyer's lender to say, what are the constraints of this loan? You know, how much can we ask for in closing costs if need be? You know, what is their absolute max? You know, and do you know, based on the taxes for each town, you know, because spendability changes based on how much property taxes are, how much the homeowner's insurance would be. So do you have that knowledge? Can you anticipate those problems? So yeah, really good point, Ray. Great.
I can just also share as part of a situation that I came up against, knowing I believe it's part of my evaluation, is that I'm a military relocation. I have a certification for military relocation, and
Right.
I met with a couple. I met with the wife first. I had spoken to her on the phone probably 3 or 4 times. She was, you know, she had her lending, you know, like she had every duck in a row. We were ready to meet. And when we sat down, we finally sat down with her husband. And when I handed them my card and my information, he said to me, oh, he said, when he read that, he said, are you in the military, or was your husband? And I said, well, my husband was. I said, but I work with military families. And he said, oh, because we were going to use VA, and his wife like quickly said, well, but we're not going to, because I want to be on the loan and we don't want to go through all the trouble that VA brings with it. So they were completely unknowing about all of the things that were available to them just because of what they had heard. They'd never bought a home before. But because I was able to then give that information to them, I mean, they saved thousands of dollars. They qualified for, you know, a larger home loan. Like it just worked out for them. And
Yeah.
it was because I made sure that I sat and talked with them and got more information from them and let them know like what I wanted to be able to do for them.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. And absolutely. So Kelly, that is a great example of something that will be on your value proposition that won't be on every agent, is that you are a military relocation specialist. That is something that will, when of course talking with military families or military households, we'll be careful of that family word. When talking to military households, that will absolutely be a piece of the value that you bring. Now, one of the things I want to point out is, yes, your value proposition will be unique to you. That doesn't mean that it will be completely unique. We're not saying that there won't be any other agents you're ever up against that have that military certification, right? Relocation certification. It's just that in most cases that will be unique to you. And it will also come down to how do you present it and how does another agent maybe present that, or are they presenting it, right? So value propositions can then be translated into marketing. They become part of your listing and buyer presentations. And so that's really important. There are agents in the market that probably are, for example, military relocation specialists that just don't, it's not on their card, it's not on their marketing, so the consumers don't know. So then of course they choose you. So that's a great example, very good. Anything else before we move on? Any other questions or comments? Okay, so speaking of your value proposition, let's define what that is exactly. Your value proposition distills your service offerings into a succinct set of benefits for your client. It states what you do for the client to earn your commission and helps to explain the complexity of what you do. It also helps hold you accountable to high standards. So as we reflect on this definition, what do you see as the value of your value proposition? Why is it important enough to be included in our 3 aspects of service? Who wants to answer that? So what do you see as the value of your value proposition? Why is it important enough to be included in our 3 aspects of service? Let's have one person answer that.
I'll give it a go. Matt Howard, Keller Williams, North Central.
Hi, Matt.
Value is what you bring to the table, right? If you're not expressing to people your value, then what are you doing? Like, it has to be there. It's
right. I can tell you all day long, I'll sell your home for whatever price you want. Can I prove it, right? How am I going to convince a client that they should pay me 6% for that service, right? So your value proposition, as Matt's saying, is, if you don't know what your value is, then how will you ever convey it, right? So that is why it is part of our 3 aspects of service. Very good. So protects your commission, right? Builds strong and trusting relationships. When you make a promise to a client, you better deliver on it. So by bringing your value proposition to the table, which is going to be some of your experience, some of what you will do for them in terms of marketing, photography, all of that stuff. When you make a promise to your clients, you better deliver on it. And so it's accountability for you. And when you do deliver on the promises that you make, you are building that is a client for life. So that's what we're aiming at here. Very good. Okay, so we usually have a loose understanding of how we provide our clients with value. It's easy to forget that they might understand very little of that value. Your value proposition is what you bring to the experience. Your value proposition statement phrases your skills, expertise, and insights in language that makes them relevant to your client. For example, let's say you're fluent in English and Spanish. You may be tempted to simply say I'm bilingual. And while that's true, it doesn't really convey the message, right? So what you would want to say is, so the example here is, I have access to a large pool of potential buyers for your home who are often overlooked by other agents, or who often other agents aren't able to communicate with effectively to bring to the table, right? So that's the fact is I'm bilingual. The value proposition statement needs to be very clear, concise, and explain the facts, right? Why is that fact important to the client? How is this thing, this skill that I have, this knowledge that I have, this value that I bring, how is that relevant to you, the client? It'd be one thing for me to say, I have a deep understanding of contract law, real estate contract law, and they have relationships with local attorneys. The client might say, oh, good for you, right? However, if I then present that to the client to say, because of the years that I spent developing the real estate contracts for all of the listings for our company, I've built many relationships with local attorneys, and I have access when there are challenges or concerns. I have access to attorneys that I trust, that we can bring questions to. And it also is going to help you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller or buyer, when negotiating a contract. You know, I know how to protect you and how to put the language in the contract that's going to ultimately be the thing that we can stand on if we ever had to, right? If we ever had to take this to the fire, you know, you can trust that my language and my knowledge of the contracts would work in your favor. So that's the difference between having the facts and presenting the facts, right? Any questions?
Corinne?
Yes, go ahead.
I know over the course of the morning, good morning. I know over the course of the morning, we're going to have people craft these value propositions. And I think if you're thinking, where do I even start? Think about that question you might get when you're doing an expire where they say, okay, Corinne, what are you going to do differently? Right? Because you could argue there's so many tools available to the entire industry. That doesn't really set us apart, especially as Keller Williams continues to grow their toolbox. There's a lot of things we all have access to. So this is really where the question comes in. What is different about you? What is the frosting on the cake that makes this yours as opposed to everybody else? And what sets you apart is really the value proposition that, you know, we want to make sure that we have that ready, because you can just be like, well, I've got this great thing, Command. I've got my own branded app. Like there's a lot of us. We just found out a stat this morning. As the year finished out here in New Hampshire, 20% of agents in New Hampshire are working with Keller Williams.
Okay.
So now, okay, out of 1 in 5 agents are KW agents. How do I make me? And to your point, Corinne, how does that directly affect my consumer?
Right.
How does my originality directly affect their success?
That's right. I love that word, originality, right? Because there are certain things that every real estate agent does, right? We all list homes. We all write offers. We all facilitate inspections and help people find lenders or, you know, attorneys. That's something that every agent does, right? So what we're doing today, and that's a really great point, Tim, is figuring out what else, what above and beyond, or what unique way or original way are you going to do those things for your client that is presentable, that is something you can define and then present to say, here is how I am different, and this is why you should hire me. And I also want to make a point here that your value proposition will not necessarily be something that every client is looking for. You know, I always say to my coaching clients, we're not out to get every single listing in the market. I mean, that would be fantastic if all of the listings were with my coaching agents. However, our point is to just find the ones that get you to your goal, right? So your value proposition, it's okay for it to be unique. You want it to be different, not crazy and wacky and wild and weird, just unique to you, because you're looking to attract the clients that you are great to work with and that are great for you to work with. We want the people that your value proposition resonates with. You know, Kelly gave the example of being a military relocation specialist, her husband being in the military, you know, a veteran or active military, I'm not sure. You know, that is going to be the type of client that Kelly's going to enjoy working with. So having that in her value proposition is going to attract clients to her that she enjoys doing business with. And I really want you thinking about that today. We can take all the clients in the market we want, and if we do not enjoy working with them and we don't feel that we're attracting the kind of clients and building that database that we want to have and desire to have, then yes, you'll make money. I'm not sure you'll enjoy your career. We want to make sure that you have both, right? We want to build a legacy. We want to have, you know, wild amounts of income, build a phenomenal, strong team, have a legacy to leave, and also really enjoy doing business in the interim, right? We want to love our business. So your value proposition is going to help to attract clients to you that you really love working with. So that's phenomenal. Great point, Tim. Okay, so I think we kind of sort of answered that question. I'm going to just skip over that one. So in a moment, you're going to craft your own value proposition statement. Before we do that, I want to talk about the final aspect of service. So let me change my slide here. I'm sorry, I don't know. Can you guys see that little blue scribble? I don't know how I got on the screen. Like I said, not the most technologically savvy. I apologize. Okay, so the third and final aspect of service is fiduciary. So what is a fiduciary and how is it different than a functionary? Does anyone want to answer that? Who thinks they have a good stab at what fiduciary is?
I would say so I'm Jasmine from Keller Williams in Merrimack Valley.
Hi, Jasmine.
Fiduciary is like that old car, and now like abbreviation, like really where you just essentially you're doing everything that's best for your client without your own personal needs, essentially is what it is.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it, right? So you have a fiduciary responsibility to your client to make sure that they net the most money for their home, or they are able to secure a home for the least amount of money possible, right? Sometimes, that's not to say that you always have to get your clients, X thousands of dollars off the price. In this market, you're likely going to have them pay over asking. And so your fiduciary responsibility there would be first and foremost to make sure that they're able to secure the home that they most desire. And then secondary to that is, working to get it at a great price. So absolutely. So if we go way back to middle school English, fiduciary is both an adjective and a noun. As an adjective, it refers to something dealing with trust, especially relationships. You have a fiduciary duty to your clients to protect their best interests during what will likely be the largest and most frightening transaction of their life. As a noun, fiduciary refers to the person who has a fiduciary obligation. So you are your client's fiduciary. A functionary, so they ask what's the difference between a fiduciary and a functionary. A functionary is one who completes tasks for the client, whereas a fiduciary completes tasks and goes beyond by placing their client's interests ahead of all others, even their own. So just like Jasmine said, their needs come first. So a functionary, you might think of them as sort of, you've seen maybe on your agency disclosures, that facilitator box. And I don't want to get into agency relationship at all today. However, that's a good example of a functionary, right? Someone that does not owe a duty of confidentiality to the parties, and is simply just a paper pusher. That's a functionary, whereas a fiduciary is when they've signed into that agency relationship with you, whatever that may be in your brokerage, then you are their fiduciary. You owe them a duty to honesty, confidentiality, and that you keep their best interest at the forefront of the transaction. Great, very good. So being a fiduciary is a big deal. It's an honor. It's more important than ever in today's market to wear this badge of honor proudly. Helping your clients understand your fiduciary role is a big part of your value proposition. It's one of the ways that you're going to be able to convince them that you are worth that, X% commission that you are asking for, is to explain the difference between functionary and fiduciary. Really let them know the value of having someone that is in their corner. Okay, so what are some of the ways that you serve as your client's fiduciary during a real estate transaction? Let's have 3 people share. What are 3 ways, so each of you say one way that you act as a fiduciary in the transaction?
Hi, this is Eleni from Keller Williams Signature Properties. One way would be is protecting their money throughout the entire life cycle of the transaction and making sure they're always protected every step of the way.
Absolutely. Very good. Thank you. What's another way that you act as a fiduciary?
Hi, this is Lindsay White from Keller Williams Greater Hartford. I think that also kind of along the same lines, but with our market analysis ability, whether we're working with a buyer or a seller, we can explore the market around the house that they're selling or the house that they want to buy, identify the price point that it should be listed at, as well as where we think it's going to appraise based on comparable properties. And that, again, is protecting the client's money.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%, right? So it starts, your fiduciary responsibility starts almost before you've even signed with the client, because you're doing a market analysis oftentimes before you meet with the seller for the first time. So you may be coming into that first appointment, having looked at the market, knowing what their home may be worth. And so your fiduciary responsibility has started really before they've even signed on with you. I love that. That's a very good example. Great. What's just one more way that you act as a fiduciary in the transaction?
Hi, this is Leah with Keller Williams Coastal. Confidentiality is a big fiduciary responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely. That's and that really plays out in many different ways in the transaction. We are, as agents, we have a duty to keep, at least in our office, we're a designated agency, so we have to keep everything. Our files are private. Only us and our brokerage are able to have any knowledge or be party to anything that's in that file. That's part of a fiduciary responsibility. Moving the deposits around, that's part of your fiduciary responsibility, as well as in the negotiations, being sure not to share something with the other agent, on the sly or just mistakenly. That would have been something to keep confidential, or that might affect your client's ability to net the most money for their home, or you don't let the listing agent know what your client's pre-approval amount is for unless they say you can. So yeah, that's a really great example. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to move the slide, and we're going to talk about before we get into knowing and stating your value. Do you guys have any other questions on anything we've covered this morning, or just anything in general?
Yes, hi. My name is Donna with Keller Williams Boston Metro. How long should the value statement be? Because I've heard mixed things. Like I heard somebody once give a really long one and somebody give maybe one paragraph.
Sure. That's a great question. And in fact, we're going to go into that right now. So in your participants guide, we were on, I believe it was page 3. And I'm going to have you guys start filling out that page. We're going to take about 5 minutes and do that. To answer your question, I think that's a 2-part answer. There should be a small, concise, maybe a paragraph or 2 value statement. So you should be able to define your value in a handful of sentences. I think that you also want to insert that value statement throughout your presentations. So it should also be a lengthy conversation. It isn't something we just come into the, say, listing appointment and say, well, here's my value proposition, so let's go ahead and sign the contract, right? This is something that you do present as, it could be a paragraph statement, could be in a resume form, it could be bullet pointed as to these are, the items that I will bring to the table in the transaction. And then there should be evidence to support it. It should be, throughout your presentations and throughout the transaction. So you're kind of presenting and continuing to deliver on that value proposition from the day they sign the contract through the closing and beyond. So I really think that it's going to be a unique and personal to you, exactly how long and how you use it in your presentations. However, I would say, for the purpose of today, we're going to come up with about a paragraph to define, a value proposition. And it will be something that grows and moves throughout the years. This is something you should revisit often. Okay, so let's take a few minutes and fill out the questions on the pages. I'm actually going to pull them up as well, just so we can share together. Give me just a moment to get mine open so I know what I'm talking about with you.
Corinne, sorry to interrupt. This is Eleni from KW Signature. Where do we get that information? I didn't receive the Ignite workbook or anything when I registered.
So you can actually right now, while you're on your computer, go and log into kw.com. So log into your agent page, click on the education tab, and you'll see a box for Ignite 2.0 labs. You want to make sure you're clicking on the Ignite 2.0. When you're in there, you'll find, just scroll down a little bit, it'll say, participant information, and then you'll find session 6, and you'll be able to click on participant guide. So I'll give you just a minute to get it up if everybody doesn't have it open. I'm not sure, are you seeing my slide still, or do you see this thing that's got the lab in the top corner and the Ignite?
I see it.
You see
Yeah,
the lab.
and
The labs.
Erin posted the units and Ken did as well. So it's currently in the chat. You'll see the PDF. Ken Tassi just posted it in the
Thanks,
chat.
Tim.
Thank you, Ken.
Yep, and just so you guys know, and I'm sure they said at the first session, so all of the materials for this course, including the script book, the slides, you can see our facilitator guides, I believe, that is all available to you on the education tab within KW. You are able to bring those in and edit them online. I don't know how. Like I said, I don't even know how I drew these little lines on my screen. However, your tech coordinator in your office might be able to help you with that, or you can do simply print them out and fill them out in person. If you want to take a minute and do that now, you're welcome to do so. We are going to be working right now in the participant guide. So we should have filled that out as we were going, I believe. We're going to pages 4 and 5, and we're going to reflect on our value. So these are the pages you want to be working on here. What words would you use to describe yourself? How would people know? How would people personally describe you? So let's take, about 5 minutes and fill this out, both pages. We'll take just about 3 more minutes on this, or 2 more minutes. So if you haven't gotten to question 5, I'd ask you to move down there. You can always come back and fill in the rest in just a minute, or if you would like more time, we can do that.
Is it okay if I asked a question right now?
Absolutely. Please do.
Okay, so no problem. My name is Tiff, and I'm from Keller Williams Coastal Realty in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm an incredibly new agent, so I'm not entirely sure how to answer number 5 since I haven't worked with too many people and they haven't signed on to be my client yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what the material states is that, so we're going to go through next what buyers and sellers are looking for in agents. So I would say that you probably could hold off on answering this. Let's go through those slides and have you come back. We're going to take a little bit of a break in about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. And you could come back to it based on what the NAR statistics are for what buyers and sellers are looking for. You could craft your value proposition around that. I also would encourage you to use any past experience.
Okay.
If someone was talking from mute, that'd be great. I'd also invite you to use past experiences here.
Sure. Okay.
So, you know, if you've been in customer service roles or sales
Yeah.
where you can use that knowledge and skill and translate it here. And as I said, your value proposition is something that will move and grow. So as you get more familiar, and many of you on this call are brand spanking new to real estate or have only been here for a few months. So certainly it will grow and change as you get more and gain more experience.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And if you're a new agent too, and you're getting started within a team, which Tiffany, I know Tiffany's just started in with a group here in our market center, I'd interview my team lead. And I'd ask that individual, what sets our group apart from all the other groups, right? What makes that person's individual business different than everybody else's? Because you really get to step into their kitchen and steal their recipes, right? So you want to obviously grab some of that juju as well, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the beautiful thing about, Keller Williams and Gary Keller's sharing of knowledge through MREA and all of these courses is that, you know, we don't have to make things up, right? It's if you would like something, it's been done before, right? Presentations, value propositions. So great point, Tim. Go with whatever your team's value proposition is. Then you could ask them to either help you build yours or just use theirs for now until yours is more clearly defined. And, for agents that aren't on teams and are new and really are having a hard time drawing on past experience, I want to invite you to email me and we could set up a time to talk and I could help you. I'd be happy to do that. Come up with what your value proposition could be. I have no problem giving people a little time. We could, if enough people wanted to, we could even put a workshop on the calendar, do another Zoom class when Ignite is over to get really into this. So happy to do that. I will have Jen, you can just post my contact info or Tim, somebody on the Ignite page, or I can do it when we're done. Please don't hesitate to reach out. And I'm sure you have great coaches in your offices that would love to help you with this and would be honored to do so.
And Corinne, it's Erin. I just want to add to that. This is a session that is generally pretty difficult. So if you feel like you're way outside of your comfort zone right now, welcome. And you're right where you're supposed to be. This is tricky stuff. And you may not be able to answer some of these questions right now in this moment, but having them top of mind as you're going through the next 30 days, working in your business, making connections. What is it about the way you connect with people? What is it about your goals, those kinds of things? You're going to start to be able to form answers to these questions. So keep coming back to them, journal around them, but don't beat yourself up too much if you can't answer them right now in this moment. You will get there. Just keep working at it.
Yeah, and I'd also add, that's a really great point, Erin. Absolutely. And I'd also add, you could look at what other agents are doing that you want to model yourself around. There's that agent or that team in the office that you feel like, man, if I could just get to where they're at, I'd feel really great about my career. Look at what it is about them that attracts you to want to model after them. Part of your value proposition is in there as well, right? So who do you desire to become as an agent? Well, that's also part of your value proposition, right? If you desire to close, X number of homes and bring this value to the table for your clients, then put it in your proposition. Very good. I love it. Okay, so let me go back to this page. Does anybody need, and so tell me if my slides don't show up. Does anyone need significantly more time on that, or are we okay to move on? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to start looking at some of the statistics as we've stated. So I want you guys to look at this is a general poll of, you know, what buyers and sellers want. So we're looking at what buyers want. The 2018 profile of home buyers and sellers. I want to be clear that this is generalized. This is not going to necessarily be exactly how this shows up in your market. However, I think you'll find that it will be pretty accurate, pretty darn accurate. So here's a look at what buyers want from a realtor. This graph covers the top 3 responses and categorizes everything else as other. You can see the complete list in your student handout on page 6. So why are we talking about this in our conversation about value proposition? Who has an idea of why this comes into play?
It's helpful to know what you're, sorry, this is Michelle from Keller Williams in Salem. It's helpful to know what your buyers and or sellers truly want. That way you know what kind of value propositions they might be looking for in an agent as to whether they choose you versus someone else.
Absolutely, that's 100% correct. We can build a value proposition all day long. That's based on what we choose to bring to the table. And if it doesn't answer at all what the top, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that buyers and sellers are looking for is, I just lost my lights, so I don't know what that's all about. I think we blew a fuse here. The office looks like Phoebe's on it. Fantastic. So, if our value proposition, it could be beautiful and we could have it on, the most beautiful presentation, and it could be everything that we've ever wanted to be as a real estate agent. And if it has no bearing on what buyers and sellers are looking for, it won't be effective, right? We really need to take into account, why do buyers and sellers choose a realtor, and work that into our value proposition as well. Okay, so in this graph, it states that the top things were help find the right home to purchase. So what do you think that means?
I think it would be helping the client kind of decide exactly their wants and needs.
Right. Yeah, great. So really knowing what their wants and needs are is so important here, right? So helping them to find the right home after getting a clear definition of what that would look like, helping them to negotiate the terms of the sale. So that comes down to, contract and negotiation knowledge, help with price negotiations. And in this market, that's ultimately important with being in the seller's market and homes still selling at or above asking, at least here in Western Mass, that's still the case. And then everything else falls under other. So as I said, these are results from buyers being asked to state the one thing that is the most important to them. Most buyers need help with paperwork, learning about the neighborhood, but when forced to give just one answer, this is what they said. And certainly that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that's important to them. It's just what's most important. And I would invite you to ask this question of all of your buyers and sellers, right? So when you're setting up the appointment to sit down face-to-face, I'd ask them before you get off the phone, let me ask you, Mr. or Mrs. Buyer, when we get together on, Tuesday, what is the one thing that you would like from a real estate agent? I want to be sure that I'm providing value to you. What are you looking for, right? How can I help you when we do get into the transaction, right? That's really important to know. So you kind of need to know the overall, and you need to know what your value proposition is. And then for each individual client, you need to know what are their wants and needs, so you can choose the pieces of your value proposition to present first, right? Hey, you said most important to you was having a strong negotiator. Well, here's proof that that's me. And then here's all of the other things that bring to the table as well, right? Make sense? Okay. Any ahas or anything you want to share here on this, on the buyer graph?
Unrelated, but could you put your email in the chat?
Yes, I don't know how to do that while I'm instructing. However, Tim, I know that you could probably do it. So I can just tell you what it is. So it's my first name, CORI STEVENS, and then Stevens with a V, so STEVENS at kw.com. And yeah, pop that everywhere. I really do welcome you to email me anytime. Okay,
Thank you.
so you're welcome. We're going to go to page 6 in our participant guide. And so what you're going to do is you're going to note any skills or services that you offer that align with what buyers want. So let me jump over there for you. Nope, not to do that. We're looking at just the top portion here, what buyers want. So 52% said that the number one thing that they want from an agent is to help find the right home to purchase. Help next was negotiate terms, and then of course price negotiation, determine what the comparable sales are, help with paperwork, help determining how much the home buyer can afford, help find and arrange financing, help teach buyer more about neighborhood or area. Certainly we want to be careful with that one about steering and blockbusting. However, we can provide resources for buyers to tap into that help them learn more about the areas that they might be looking in, help find renters and others. So just make a note, you know, what services or skills do you offer that align with any of these? Take a minute, say 1 minute to do that. Okay, so now we're going to look at what buyers value. So certainly there's a difference, right? I want to be clear on the terms, right? What they want from an agent and then what they value. So when choosing an agent, this is what they're going to kind of be looking to. So reputation of agent, that the agent is honest and trustworthy, that they are a friend or family member was up in there. Agents' knowledge of the neighborhood, and then others. So I'll go ahead and jump back over to your participants guide. We're going to look at what buyers value. And we're going to do that same thing. So you're going to kind of make a note of what you offer. And I'd also like you to know, you know, which things do you maybe highlight or star which items you have room for growth and improvement, right? So these are things that we can add to our working in our business. You know, when we look to, for example, knowledge of the neighborhood, 8% say the agent's knowledge of the neighborhood. Well, we've got on our daily 10-4 previewing 10 homes a week, right? So that ties into your knowledge of the neighborhood. So I think that that's important to note. And certainly these are all things we can improve upon. So 19% of buyers value an agent that is honest and trustworthy. 16% value the agent's experience. So I want to make a really important note there because this is generally a class of newer agents. And I think that it should be striking and really encouraging to you that it is more important to buyers that you are honest and trustworthy than that you have experience. So I really want you to let that sink in. That is your number one value proposition, is your honesty and your trustworthiness. When you act as a fiduciary, you are expected under no circumstances to break that fiduciary bond. So your honesty and your trustworthiness are the number one most important thing. If you break your client's trust, you have lost that client for life. You may close the transaction. There is a very small chance that they will do business with you again. So, okay. So take a moment. Let's note where our skills come into play here, as well as where we have room for growth and improvement that we want to add to our schedule and our goals for the year. Just take, a minute to do that.
I assume that this is pretty consistent on the seller side as well.
Yeah, we're going to look at those slides too. And yeah, I mean, more or less, there's some, there are some differences and some contrast. However, generally speaking, I think that one of the things that buyers and sellers value the most is, your trustworthiness, right? And your ability to act responsibly as a fiduciary.
What does it mean when it says professional designations held by agent?
Oh, so that would be like the ADR certification, which is the accredited buyer's representative or buyer's realtor. So there's all those courses that you can take through your board of realtors. And they are geared specifically to, so there's a seller's and a buyer's accreditation, as well as many other, green home designation, things of that nature. So that's what that is referring to. I think that is something more for realtors. I find that most consumers don't know what those things stand for. So when you see people's cards, yes, certainly if you have a lot of other of these pieces already under your belt, yeah, maybe the next step is adding these accreditations, right? So if you're nailing it on trustworthiness and experience and reputation, you've really got a huge sphere of influence. So pretty much everybody in the community is your men. You've worked on yourself and your personal growth. You're really great at sticking to your schedule. Then yeah, you might want to add accreditation. I would say that I have seen agents spend a lot of time and money on that. And I don't know that it does bring you more business, and this graph would support the notion that it won't help all that much. Doesn't make a massively impactful difference. Okay, so if there's an attribute you have that you now know from the data is something that buyers value, would that be a good thing to include in your value proposition? Just shake your head. Yes, of course. Absolutely. So let's practice taking these attributes and putting them into client-centered language. Hopefully you'll get some ideas for when you craft your own value proposition, which we are going to come back to. So let's select one of the factors that buyers value. So let's say agent is honest and trustworthy. And let's rephrase that into language that explains its value to the buyer. So as an example, agent is honest and trustworthy could be, you can depend on me to help you make the best decision, or I will work to serve your best interests. So we're going to go to page 7 in your guide. And you'll see some questions and blanks here. I want you to take 4 minutes and fill that out. I want to make sure we stay right on time here. It's 10:06. At 10:10, we'll come back. Just about 30 more seconds. Sounds like someone might be vacuuming or have a fan running. If you could mute yourself, just unmute when you need to speak. Oh, something's rattling.
I think it's the computer itself.
Ah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, just so you can mute, and then when you need to speak, you can unmute, and that's totally great. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at what sellers want. So again, these are across the board when asked for just one thing, what's most important. So what sellers want, help seller market the home to potential buyers, help price home competitively, help sell home within specific time frame, help find a buyer for the home, help with negotiations and dealing with buyers and other. I'm going to pull up the percentages here. I think that these are a little easier to read than the graphs. So what sellers want? 20% said marketing, help market it to potential buyers, and 20% said price it competitively. So I think that that's notable that, you know, pricing the home competitively didn't soar high above marketing and vice versa. So those are equally important to sellers, and that is together almost 50% of what they're looking for. Another almost 20% of the answers were to help sell it within a specific time frame. So, you know, I need to be in Florida by, you know, January 1st, so I've got to get this home sold December 31st, that kind of thing. Also 14% help to find a buyer for the home. And I think that that's a really interesting distinction there, because really when you list a home with a realtor, you think of it as that's what we're doing. We're listing it to find a buyer. And in fact, what we're doing, if you look at the data, is we're listing it to market it. We're listing it to price it competitively. We're listing it to get it sold within a certain time frame. Finding a buyer is almost a secondary or sort of a reactionary response to those things that we have done, such as marketing, pricing it competitively, and, you know, keeping in mind the time frame. I think that that's just interesting. Help seller find ways to fix up the home to sell it for more money. 14% said that. Help with negotiation and dealing with buyers, 6%. Help with paperwork, inspections, preparing for settlement, 4%. Help sellers see homes available for purchase, 2%. And that might be, you know, in part because not every home seller is a home buyer. Help create and post videos to provide tour of home, 1%, other 1%. What ahas are you having around this?
Can I just ask a question? Are we going to go over the things that we're writing down?
Yeah, yep, absolutely. I'm going to have you share. Do you have questions, Kelly, on what you're putting?
No, just more so that they really kind of do, and I think somebody already said it, that they're very similar in your responses. And then I just wanted to, about where we're using this. Is this something like, we're using this, we're putting this out, is this something that we're going to put almost kind of like part of your bio is also part of your evaluation, you know, statement? And where would we use this? Because the language that we use and the way that we describe ourselves, I mean, it's hard to describe yourself, and then it's certainly hard to describe how other people would describe you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is where, you know, with support from the coaches in your offices, you really do want to spend, I mean, I don't expect you after, you know, 15 more minutes today to have a perfect and succinct value proposition. I really want you to go home tonight and work on this. One of the hardest things that we have to do as salespeople is promote ourselves. I know that that's difficult, right? It's so much easier to give praise and accolades to the person that is adjacent to you, than to give those to yourself. What you want to think of this as is you're writing almost like a story resume. So this is something that I would want you to put everywhere. This should be in your brain. This should be on paper. This should be in your test, evidence of this value proposition should show up in your testimonials from your clients. It should be part of your presentations. It should be worked into the way you design your website. I mean, really, the value proposition is the basis for which you're going to do your business. What we are saying and sort of coming up with the beginning design of today is, who are you as an agent? What is, as Tim said, what's that thing that sets you apart, that makes you unique from all of the other Keller Williams agents in your office? Because we all have the mobile app, and we all have Command, and we all have MLS, and we all have Ignite, and we all have, Bold that we can tap into. So what sets you differently becomes your presentations. It becomes, the scripts that you choose to embody. So really, Kelly, I think the short answer, it goes everywhere. And I think that, if what you're asking is how do we translate this into a usable product, we're going to do that with presentations. And we're going to do that with a resume or a cover letter for your presentations. And we're going to do that as you go into KW, and I believe it's the marketing tab. That could be wrong. Tim would probably know better. You will find buyer and seller presentations that you can look at and edit. And you could use this in there as well as in Command, of course. There's resources in there. You want to just take the basics of what you're building today and really turn it into your forward facing, everything to the clients. So from presentation to website to resume to just the conversations that you have and the way you answer questions, right? This is kind of the basis of all of that. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, Kelly?
Yes, it does. I think I thought maybe we would be kind of going over that.
Yeah, we are going.
It should be something that we should do with someone within our market center to really pinpoint ours. So it's not something that we today will kind of, really hone into.
Because of time constraints, and I really want to make sure we get to that lead generation piece, I am going to ask a couple of people to share, and I would welcome you to share, what you've come up with, and I could help even just here live today, really define that. I think that it is something that is going to need to be worked on ongoing. This is, as I said, it's kind of it's a growing and changing animal, because as your skills change, your value proposition may change. And so you're going to come up with what I would say today is something that's usable, right? We want you as new agents or newer agents to be able to leave this class today with an idea of what is your value proposition. What can you put in there so that you can then go take it home and put it into your presentations. I would absolutely, when we hang up this class today, the first thing on your order of business should be reach out to the coach in your office or to myself. Let's set up a time with you and your leadership, with you and coaches, with you and a team in the office, with you and a fellow Ignite member to really dig in on this, right? This is kind of the one of the first things that you're really going to need to do as homework, right? Not that you haven't had other homework and not that other things haven't been important. Although, as Erin said, this is hard. This is a hard thing to nail down. We're not going to get it in the network, right? However, we will get the basics. Tim, you look like you have something to share.
Well, it's going to evolve over time too. So don't let this be another section of paralytic building for your team, for your business. Like, oh, I don't know my value proposition. So let's just grab lunch and I'll get to that next month and I'll do some business next year. Right. Like, just lean into whatever you are. Darren actually foreshadowed this. Like, take those 3 questions that Corinne asked at the top, at the first sheet you were filling in, like what sets you apart, and interview your loved ones. Ask your team members, like, where are your opportunities for growth and what are you currently awesome at? Because you're just going to bring that natural skill set into this industry, and you're going to work on it. And I'll pop my cell phone number and my email in there too. If you want to treat this like the Voice of the Gong Show, call me with your value proposition. If I don't hang up, it's phenomenal. If I do hang up, we need to work on it. I won't hang up. I might hang up. Anyway, that being said, like, do not be afraid to work on this and ask people for help.
Yeah.
Right. We always want to treat our loved ones as our cadavers. We do not want to perform surgery on the general public.
That's right.
And really the best value proposition, Donna asked about, should it be the 15-second elevator speech, or should it be, Tolstoy? It doesn't need to be 30 pages long. It needs to be intriguing enough to have the person you're sharing it with ask you the first question, because the question they're asking continues the interview process. You've
Right.
created intrigue, and they want to find out more, then it's working. So it could be a sentence long, as long as it induces the ask of the next question to find out more about you and your business and how you can help them. Don't overthink it, overdo it.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. It looks like Rhonda, you have a question. What's up? Oh, you're still on mute. There you go.
Okay. Now I'm just here taking a leap of faith because I'm Rhonda. I'm in Western Mass, 366. And so I literally put together in the last couple of weeks, but I finished it last night as my first cut, used the command to do the home ownership, your guide to home ownership. And it required, I knew I needed something to get started. So I'm like, I'm new. I'm not a new real, right? Oh, I just deleted. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute, I have to read it. So I was going to read the paragraph that I'm using temporarily as a starting point as a new agent, but it wasn't easy to write because it took a while to talk to people, but I'll read it just to be
good. Please do.
So I have this in third person. Rhonda Cohen is a full-time licensed realtor with a strong work ethic, and passion for helping others and making a difference. Drawing on her background in economics, education, and property management, she works with clients to buy and sell homes and investment properties in the Pioneer Valley. She became a real estate agent because she is solution-oriented and enjoys meeting new people and exceeding expectations by providing high-quality service. She holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Massachusetts. Done. And I have something about the team.
Good. I think that's great, Rhonda. And thank you for sharing that. As we've said over and over, it will grow and change, right? So Rhonda, as you gain experience and close transactions and learn what your favorite pieces of the transaction are and where you feel you shine, you will hone in on that and you will adjust your value proposition. So one of the things that the notes say is if you don't know what your value proposition could be, you're not sure how to answer any of these questions, then just take the top 2 or 3 from each, maybe the top 2 from what sellers want and what sellers value, and the top 2 from what buyers want and what buyers value, and build a statement that speaks to those things, because that will be covering 50 to 60% of the market and what they're looking for in an agent, right? And then as you grow and learn, you will be able to add more in there. And I love what Tim said, interview your family, interview your friends, find out how other people see you. That is the hardest part about this, is kind of figuring out, who am I? How do I show up in the world? What is unique about me? Many people are very clear on that, right? And many people struggle with that. And so if you are struggling to figure out what to say or what to do, as I said, lean on your market center leadership, lean on the coach in your office, and ask for help. We are happy. That is what we coaches love to do, is help you all figure out how to get out there and make more money. That is what we are passionate about. There isn't a coach in any of your offices that would say, no, I don't have time for you on this, even if you're not their client. Just ask for some time. Okay, so
can I ask a question?
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
That's fine.
Hi, sorry, I'm Christina in Boston, Christina Day Martinson. My question is, if you have another profession, or you come from another profession, like I'm a concert violinist and that's primarily what I do, is that something that you recommend bringing into what you, it doesn't obviously my profession doesn't relate directly to real estate, but is that something you recommend that people are intrigued by or interested in? Or?
I disagree with you that it doesn't directly to real estate, and here's why. Does it take discipline to become a concert violinist?
Yes, more than anything, probably.
Right? Does it take patience and perseverance?
Yes, immense amounts of all of that since I was 5 years old.
Absolutely. And so, as a consumer, I would say, wow, well, this person is, consistent and patient and has perseverance and the ability to stick it through hard times. I'd say that person is, trustworthy. There are a lot of attributes that it takes to be something like that. And so each and every one of you, and I would argue that there isn't a person on this class, on this call, in this class, that doesn't have something that they have done or something that they have become, that can be used here. You have something in your life that you can use here. You just have to figure out what it is, right? We were all new to real estate at one point, and I came from selling Yellow Page ads. It was not a glorious job. I made okay money, and yet I was able to use that to say, I was one of the top salespeople, if not the top salesperson in my previous sales office. I didn't have to say it was Yellow Page ads. I just used the data to say, hey, I can get your home sold for you, or I can help you find a home because I'm a good salesperson, right? So it can be as simple as that. I do want to move on because we want to look at what sellers value.
Thank you.
And absolutely. And we'll stay on. And so, no, I really welcome you guys. Please do interrupt. I mean, if we need to talk faster and squeeze more things in, we can. I want to make sure that you have clarity here. Okay. So what sellers value? What sellers value is the reputation of an agent, that the agent is honest. And so 31%, the reputation of the agent. Why do you think that that's important to a seller?
Michelle with Keller Williams at Salem. It's okay if I take this?
Yeah, please.
I think it's important that, well, I think they feel they need to know the reputation of the agent because this is their house and they love it to pieces and they're moving on for whatever personal reasons that it is, but they still have that emotional attachment to their house, but nonetheless, they want to move forward in their lives and they want to make sure that they're going to work with somebody who has the experience, the background that's going to get them to where they want to be in the time frame they're looking to do that with the least amount of problems. And so they want to have somebody that, has a background of always selling, having a bunch of listings and being great at getting the most money for their sellers and whatnot.
Absolutely. I think it comes down as well. So it's all of that. And I think that there is, unfortunately, a stigma around real estate agents that has, perpetuated for decades. And I think that home sellers want to know that they are choosing someone that other agents like to play nice in the sandbox with, right? That is a big piece of real estate is, you can be a phenomenal negotiator and you could be a, phenomenal home seller and you could do a great job of figuring out what your buyers and sellers wants and needs are. And if you're not able to communicate effectively with your peers, right, with other agents in your market, it will be a hindrance on your business, right? You want to not only be a phenomenal agent for your clients, you also want to be a really great agent to co-broke with, because that will help you win offers and that will help you win listings over time. So very good. So 19% that the agent is honest and trustworthy. And I want to just make that, someone had asked the question, is it kind of the same when you come over to the seller side? And, yeah, so it's similar, right? And yet that honesty and the trustworthiness doesn't rank highest with sellers, whereas it does with buyers. So just making a mental note of that. 15% that the agent is a friend or family member, 13% knowledge of the neighborhood, 4% that they are caring, have a caring personality or a good listener. Because you can see that is not what's most important to sellers. It ranks higher with buyers, kind of just your overall personality. Commission. So this is really important. 4%, only 4% of sellers said that commission was what they most valued. I want that to sink in. And really think about this statistic the next time you question whether you should go for that, 1% higher or 2% higher than what you normally ask for or whatever it is. I don't want to get into what standard commissions might be. However, I think we all know what is common in your area, what your coach is telling you to go for, and really think about this when you're having those limiting beliefs around commission. Only 4% of home sellers have commission as their highest valued item. That's a very small percent. Agents association with a particular firm, 4%. Agent seems 100% accessible because of use of technology like tablet or smartphone. Professional designations held by agents and others. So, what ahas do you guys have here just on this or just on these, this data overall?
Well, I think a lot of people have concerns because they're brand new to the business. So yeah, I think, speaking about what makes one unique, that's incredibly important. But I I also know there's a reoccurring theme, especially for new people, about, you know, kind of relying on the brokerage that they're working for or the team that they're working for, and kind of speaking to the resources that they have available to them.
Sure.
Experience that they have within that greater organization to sort of, you know, kind of like utilize as their own.
Absolutely, right? Reputation of agent could easily read reputation of team or reputation of brokerage, right? Who you are in business with matters, absolutely. Even though over here it says agents association with a particular firm, when a seller is hiring an agent, they're hiring you because of your value proposition. However, as a new agent, you can just lean on the firm's value propositions, right? Donna, it looked like you had something to say.
I was really surprised that about 4% with the good listener thing, because I would think, especially when you're in competition, perhaps to get a listing, that would be really important. Who's listening to the client? I know when I sold my last home, I interviewed 2 agents.
Yeah.
And I basically assessed them on how much they were listening, making eye contact, making good recommendations.
Sure. Yeah, you know, I want to remind you guys that this doesn't mean that these other things are not important, right? Remember that this was nationally, they were required to just say the one thing that was most important to them. Reputation could have been the second thing or on everybody's list, or good listener could have been that second item on everyone's list. However, it was only on 4% of the people's number one top item. So it's just making a note of that. Doesn't mean it's not important. It just means it's not the most important thing to most sellers overall. Really, what's most important is the reputation of the agent. And I find that to be, you know, that's an aha for me. I honestly would have said that honesty and trustworthiness would have been number one in both arenas. So that's, you know, even myself, when I was going over the materials, had a little aha there that, you know, my value proposition probably needs to be updated to reflect this, to say, what is my reputation and how is that a value and how am I presenting it to sellers, right? So very good. Okay, so we're going.
One thing to just piggyback on what I was saying and what I'm thinking, just as another note, I think the listening and caring aspect, especially during COVID, is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a different time, right? These are 2018 statistics. I have a feeling if they were to poll people right now, we would have very different answers. And I think that, you know, COVID will go away and we'll get back to the quote normal world. And then these things will remain tested and true. Okay, so we're going to go to your participants guide, page 9. And so I'll go ahead and just scroll down. So I'd like you to take, let's say 3 minutes. We're going to move a little more quickly. I apologize. I really want to make sure we get to lead generation. So let's take 3 minutes and answer these questions. And then we're going to share a little bit of what we've come up with.
Keller Williams. Today I'm located at 3 Ruth Street in Jackson, Rhode Island. This is my new listing.
Oh, Jackson, Rhode Island, can you mute yourself? Perfect. Okay, so 3 minutes. Sorry guys, I don't know how to figure out who that is and mute them. I need a tech facilitator next to me.
You mute him.
Let's just have everyone mute and then we can unmute as we come back to sharing. A lot of rustling.
Corinne, I muted everyone, but you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yep, that's good. Perfect. Thank you, Erin. I was just doing that. Okay, and we're going to take just one more minute on that. Okay, so who would like to share? So when looking at all of the pages that you filled in the blanks, so you've got, it was pages, I believe, 4 and 5, as well as these 2 pages on buyer and seller wants and values. Who would like to share what they've come up with? Just a sentence or a paragraph that you feel is at least the beginning of what might be your value proposition. I'd love to hear what you guys are coming up with out there. Just unmute yourself, share away.
After looking at what the sellers value, I can, and being a totally new agent, I can look back on my past experiences now and just put in, like, I have been a business owner for 25 years in the community, that I've had the same clients for 25 years that trusted me, and that I'm attention to detail and connecting. I know it said only 4% about the consult, but that is my big connection for my business, is really communication and getting out every single detail, asking those open-ended questions. I wouldn't know how to, how would I write about open-ended, like that part of, or just saying communication. I don't know how I would put that in a form, a word.
What's the, maybe we can help real quick. So what is the word that you're having?
Being able to, communicating to get exactly, like, they're pulling out of them what they need.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's say you could say something to the effect of, you know, a detailed and thorough consultation to discover your wants and needs. And I think as simple as that, right? I always, you know, you could say something to the effect of, one of the things that I value most as an agent is my ability to do a detailed and thorough consultation with all of my home sellers to discover what is most important to them in the transaction and really get to the bottom of their wants and needs, something like that. Okay. So that is a great example, guys, of how to take a value and turn it into a statement, right? This is that fact. Remember, this is that fact I have. How do I, you know, now we have to take that fact and make it an actual statement about how this helps your, clients. Okay. So I see, I'm going to actually lower Rhonda's hand. So I see, Andrew, you have your hand raised. Go ahead and share.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what she was talking about how to articulate her words into that thing. I have a little spiel. I just wanted to send it by you guys and see what you thought.
Sure, great.
Hello, my name is Andrew Srohn, and I'm a residential specialist with Keller Williams Leading Edge. With years of construction experience, I have an advantage over most other real estate agents and can make my expertise work for you. As an introduction, I am offering to do a complimentary market analysis of your property. The report contains an overview of market activity for the past year, current similar active listings, and recently sold properties. Using our unique CMA software, the property is detailed, informative, yet easy to understand, and with numerous property photos. With the upcoming spring season, now is a good time to take advantage of this free offer. Please call me direct at blah, 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 blah. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Andrew Cerrone, Sales Associates.
So I think that that's great. I want to make 2 points. So a piece of that first section that you said, that to me is part of your value proposition. The other piece of it, where you get into that you're offering, you know, a market analysis, that's a marketing piece. So that to me, that first section where you said, you know, I have all these years of construction experience, that is your value proposition. I also want to encourage you and everyone not to mention other agents, right? We want to be, so can you read that first couple sentences again, Andrew?
My name is Andrew Cerrone, and I'm a residential specialist with Keller Williams, Leading Edge. With years of construction experience, I have an advantage over most other real estate agents and can make my expertise work for you.
Okay, so stop there. I would say my many years of construction experience give me an advantage in our markets instead of over other agents, right? We just want to leave the other agents out of it.
Okay.
You know, we don't want to look as if we are putting other agents down ever.
Right.
And also, we don't even want to give them the notion that there are other agents. Like, this is me, I'm here, you're hiring me. So like, let's leave other agents out of it.
All right.
Good. So it gives me an advantage in my market, and I would love to see you. So when we are building anything at Keller Williams, we always like to ask ourselves, why is that important? Why is that important to my client? Am I being a fully 100% clear why this is a value to the client? If you can go deeper, go deeper. So write that sentence down. Why is this important to me? Why is this important to my client? How is this a positive? How is this a positive attribute that supports my client's wants and needs? Let's say, you know, let's really get clear on those. How is this important to my client? Why am I saying this? Right? Okay, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anyone else want to share before we move on? Let's get 2 more people to share. Donna, you're muted. If you want to speak, just unmute. I can do it. Here we go.
I'll share one this time.
Okay, go ahead.
As a real estate consultant, when you hire me, I am someone that you can trust who is committed to helping you to buy your home or sell your home with the highest level of expertise in your local market. This also means helping you understand each step of the buying process and selling process. Whether you're an experienced investor or a first-time buyer, I can help you find the property of your dreams. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me with all your real estate needs.
Yeah, that's really great. You know, one of the things I want to highlight there is you have made that all about them, right? And that is what people want. You know, we can say all till we're blue in the face, I'm a great agent, I'm good at this and I'm good at that. If we're not presenting why it's a value to the client or the consumer, then they're not going to see it the way that we want them to take it in. So that's really great. You did a very good job there of making the statements be about the clients. I'd say you can go deeper, and I would definitely work on that. And I do think that that's a really good start. Great. Donna, are you wanting to share and can't figure out how to unmute? Just shake your head yes if that's the case. No? Okay, very good. I thought you were saying something. Okay, anybody else want to share before we move on?
Thomas here from Keller Williams Showcase Properties. I don't have one written down, but I have like a bunch of bullet points and values since I'm super new. I think I want to focus my value proposition on transparency, flexibility, and trustworthiness. I think that being a home auditor, a home energy auditor, as well as having 15 years of sale experience will allow me to move conversations empathetically as well as fluently so that we can get the needs and wants and desires out, as well as things like that, something like that.
That's great. Honestly, half of what you just said was like almost the beginning of your value proposition, right? I will, you know, with all of my years of experience, I can help move conversations and, you know, you're kind of articulating that already. So that's fantastic. I think that's great. Transparency is huge, right? What we've learned is what buyers and sellers value is trustworthiness, reputation, knowledge of the market really falls second string in all of this. It's not to say that you don't need to know your market. Please don't misinterpret what I mean there. Experience isn't first, right? It's your reputation doesn't mean your experience. Your reputation means how other agents view you at today, how other home buyers and sellers view you today. Your trustworthiness has nothing to do with your experience. So I think that that's really promising and really exciting for you guys. Okay, good. We're going to move on. If you want to share, we'll give some more time at the end during the final ahas. You're welcome to share at that point. So I want to talk about who are your competitors. So let's just have some people throw it out there. Who do you feel your competitors are?
Me, myself, and I.
Absolutely. Very true.
More experienced agents.
100%. Absolutely.
I would say owners that want to sell their own home.
Yeah, for sale by owners. Absolutely.
Zillow, Realtor.com, Redfin.
Bingo, right? We have to think of real estate as, it used to be that our competitors were the agents at our board meetings and at our board of realtors, and, that we were up against in listing appointments and buyer consultations. And that is all still true. And also we now have, the Zillows and, the I realtors, iBuyers, Trulia, like you said, Redfin. These are all our competitors now too. And so real estate has undergone significant changes in the past few years. Investors have come in with the intent to disrupt the industry, and they have. iBuyers are driving down commission prices, and some companies are moving toward eliminating the agent altogether. We've talked about who the competitors are, both locally and globally. We really need to look at what is the value proposition of my competition, whether that be agent ABC at ABC Realty or Zillow, or any online home site. We have to look at not only we need to know what our value proposition is very, very clearly. We also need to know what the value proposition is of our competitors so that we can combat it, right? Why would someone choose them? And then how do I counter those value propositions with my own, right? So why do you think someone would choose a competitor? Please don't name any competitors unless it's like Zillow. That's fine to say. Don't say, oh, Joe Schmo's Realty down the road. Why would someone think of a competitor that you're familiar with? Why would someone choose them?
Perceived ease of use.
Community, they're local, been part of the community for a long time.
Sure, okay, yeah, very local. So that comes down to reputation, right?
Price.
Did you say praise?
Oh, I'm sorry, I said price.
Price, 100%. Yep. Yeah, absolutely, right? I think a lot of those online home sites, so we'll say Zillow, for example, it comes down to price, right? There isn't much else that they offer aside from, obviously forward facing, yes, you put it on Zillow and it's out there on the internet. That is something we also offer, right? And we offer in a cleaner, tighter way. So, we have to really look at how do we counter those value propositions? How do we counter price? And what we've seen from our slides is that commission, what your fee is not the most important thing to home buyers and sellers. So as long as you have a very succinct value proposition, you are clear on what your value is, you'll be able to combat those competitors, no matter who they are, pretty much each and every time. At least you'll be able to be in the top running. So I think that that's really important to note. Very good. So we have technology, as you're well aware, it's been well sent down the tube into your brain. One of the reasons that a buyer or seller might choose an online service would be the technology. And so that's what Gary is bringing to you, is our own technology that helps to combat much of, if not all of, what they those investors were looking to bring to the table to get away from using realtors. We are combating that. That is one of the my favorite thing about Keller Williams is how in tune with real estate Gary Keller is and stays, and how he makes major adjustments whenever needed. So that is what Command is. Command is our answer to, to other online big tech realtor companies, such as, iBuyer and things like that. We need to stay in the forerunning in technology. It's really important. So we have KW app, we have individualized IDX sites, we have agent sites. We have all of this available to you and to your, through you to your consumers. The KW app, so it's an end-to-end consumer app using the power of AI, machine learning, and your expertise to communicate, provide transaction transparency, and remind clients of your value well after they've closed on a home. So that app is going to be, a really big piece of value for you to grow and move your business forward. So we're going to look at increase your value with technology on your participant guide, page 11. And let me just get, whoops, oh no, I almost muted myself. Let me get there. So what I want you to do is let's take 2 minutes, put down the technology piece that you're aware of, both with our KW stuff, as well as, you could say MLS is a technology piece. Let's put a technology item on the left, and then what is the benefit for your client in the benefit for client area? Let's do it quickly. We'll take a minute. Okay. Who has a, what is the piece of technology that you feel strengthens your value proposition? Let's have one person share something. Let's have 2 people share something in the tech that they feel strengthens their value proposition. So what is it and how does it strengthen your value proposition? Go ahead, Melissa.
The KW app, I think, is kind of incredible. The fact that your clients can share if they're, oftentimes when you're working with somebody, they are talking about selling or buying a house, and next thing you know, they realize they have a friend or family member, and just letting them know they can share that if they're enjoying using it, which my experience would be that they would enjoy it. They can also share that to their friends. So they kind of have a tool in their tool belt as well to help others while they're being helped. So I think KW app is a huge win for clients. You can, I'd let them know if you're driving down the street, you see a house for sale, how many times it's like, what road am I on? How can I look this house up? You can just look it up while you're sitting there by current location. So I think that's a huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it was on Thursday, the instructor said, the beauty of the mobile app is, with a business card, if you give someone a business card, they either have to give it away to refer you, or what are they going to tear a corner off, right? And hand little pieces out to people? That doesn't make any sense. However, so, one mobile app though has exponential growth. It can be shared and then reshared and reshared, which is amazing. Fantastic. Just one more. Who has a different piece of the technology that they felt would bring value?
Using social media to market their house, like using videos, taking, tours of the house, the outside, the local community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Knowing what is around and what's available.
Yep, absolutely. That's a really great one. Yep, I actually hadn't thought of that. So I think that's great. Very good. Thank you for sharing. So we're going to go back into the value proposition now. So let me get to my slides. we are going to really dig in on creating our value proposition now that we have looked at everything. You have the pieces that you've written from the pages that we shared from. You're going to go to pages 12 and 13 in your participant guide. And we're going to just work at this. I would like to take, it's 10:55. So let's say until 11:10 and really get in on this. And then we'll do some sharing and then we're going to start practicing scripts. Okay. So remember, your value proposition is a unique, memorable, and persuasive statement that expresses the true value of working with you. It says what you're doing to earn your commission and holds you accountable to high standards. Okay, so pages 12 and 13, I'll put that up on my screen as well. If anyone doesn't have, page 13 here and you need me to leave it up and I'm scrolling around, just say so. I know that some of you said you didn't have the materials. I think you must have gotten them now. So we've got our mind map, right? So review your answers on today's activities, pages 4, 5, 8, 10, 12. On the page below, brainstorm on what you want to include in your value proposition statement. A few areas of the mind map have been created for you. Add your unique answers to these areas and add new areas as you see fit. And then you're going to come down to the next page and really write out your value statement. So take exactly 15 minutes to work on this. I'm going to mute myself and we'll be back. Just about 5 more minutes. If the majority of you are done, you can just unmute and say that you're done. If we get a significant number of people that are completed with it, we'll move on. If I don't hear a lot of dones, we'll give the extra 5 minutes.
All done.
I'm all set for now.
Seems like the majority of people are still working, so we'll take the extra 5 for those of you that are done. It's be a good time to take a quick break, get a new coffee. Meet us back at 11:10. All right, just about a minute and a half left. Alrighty, so it's just about 11:10. We're going to go ahead and get right back to it. So who would like to share? Let's have 3 people read what they've come up with for their value proposition. I'd love to hear from a few people that haven't shared yet. So no judgment here. It's a judgment-free zone. Be brave. Let's hear what you've got for your value proposition.
I'll go and break the ice if you want.
Okay,
But,
thank you, Melissa.
but I've already spoke, so I just put Melissa Simpson is a hardworking mother of 2 and has been a part of helping people love where they live for the past 15 years. Always being passionate to getting the job done right. She will put your wants and needs first. A full service agent with a successful marketing plan customized to meet your needs with the ability to maximize your property's exposure. Using techniques that will get the best results in the home buying and selling process. Melissa prides herself on the extra time she takes to enhance your overall client experience and is there for you to navigate every situation.
That's fantastic. That was really good. I love it. Great work. Who else would like to share?
Corinne, I'll go.
Fantastic.
So I put down, when you hire me, you are hiring the experience and resources of the Meali team, the #1 real estate team in Greater Hartford. We know the market extremely well, provide exceptional service, and have a proven track record of attracting the greatest number of buyers to your home. I'm personally committed to serving your best interest and meeting your goals. You'll find me dependable, responsive, and accessible. With over 20 years of experience negotiating with Fortune 500 companies, I'll apply my skills and abilities to ensure you get the best deal for your home.
Wow, very good. Fantastic. I love it. So far, an example of an individual agent, a team agent. Has anyone used the Keller Williams? You know, you're new, you're not on a team, you've used kind of the office values in your proposition. I'd love to hear one of those. Or just anyone share. We need one more. I'm not letting you off the hook.
I can share.
Perfect.
Okay. Samantha Young is a full-time real estate agent with a hunger to close deals and the ability, time, and resources to make you the #1 customer. She is a friendly extrovert who lives for person-to-person contact and loves to make deep, meaningful connections with clients to ensure deep satisfaction on their end. With her background in serving in a high-end concept restaurant, Samantha Young is no stranger to connecting with her clients and guiding them tactfully to exactly what they want and giving them the most enjoyable experience along the way.
That's great. Very good. I love that you've all tied in, because I know that we're pulling from past experience. I can recognize that in your value proposition. And I think that it's done in a really great way. So those are all awesome. And I'm sure each of you has come up with something, that's a really, really good value proposition and a great starting point. So I love it. Okay, so we're going to go to deliver value. Now that you have a unique value proposition, let's take a look at what delivering on that statement means. So it's simple. If you say you're going to do it, you do it. So everything on that value proposition for those that just read, as well as those that have written their value propositions out, everything in that is a promise to your clients. So make sure that you are delivering. Do you recall what KW's stance is on integrity? Who can share? It's part of the Y4C2Ts. So integrity in all things, right? KW's Y4C2Ts says integrity, do the right thing. And that applies here because we're making promises to our clients and we have integrity here at Keller Williams. So we will deliver on those promises. And I love it. Okay, so moving on, we're going to look to distinguish yourself with the information you know. So a value proposition isn't just something you say, it's something you deliver on. Now that you're able to explain your value, how do you apply it? What kinds of knowledge are you expected to have? What kinds of knowledge would truly set you apart from the competition? So who wants to answer that? What kinds of knowledge are you expected to have And what kinds of knowledge would truly set you apart from the competition? Let's have two separate answers.
Knowledge about what forms to fill out and when.
Yeah, absolutely. So contract knowledge of the transaction. Yep. And what kinds of knowledge would truly set you apart from the competition? So really thinking about a real estate transaction as a whole, and not just the transaction, just the entirety of real estate. What kind of knowledge might set you apart? Karen, you can answer this, or anyone. What kinds of knowledge would truly set you apart from the competition?
I think knowing the neighborhood.
Yeah.
What the neighborhood offers you.
Yeah, and I think it goes, that's absolutely right. And it goes a little bit beyond community to, beyond neighborhood to just, we use the term hyper-local, right? Really being an expert at something, some area or some type of property, and really hyper-localizing yourself to have the deepest knowledge. And that kind of is, it's almost like, so you take a farm. Let's say I'm going to become the hyper-local agent for the neighborhood that I live in. And I actually live in a rural area. So there's a little piece of my town that I'm a part of. If I was going to become the hyper local expert of Shelburne Falls, Massachusetts, that would mean that I know not just the real estate items. And yes, I would need to know everything about zoning and what developments are coming in, what businesses are coming in. I'd also want to know what community events are taking place, what's happening in the schools here, what's happening in the, local, what's happening with the senior center, and what's happening. So hyper-local really is, you know everything, and you are the resource for that item, area, type of property, whatever it is. So, and then of course you should also have an exercise in more general market knowledge, including what type of market you're in. Seller's market, buyer's market, flat market, what direction are we moving to? What are the interest rate trends? I know you talked a lot about mortgages last week. So, we need that general knowledge. It's not to say that you only need to know your market. You also need to know what's going on in the real estate market. And then you do need to have that hyper-local focus.
Hey, I have a question.
Sure.
What if you don't know everything? What do we do then?
Yeah, absolutely. And you won't know everything, right? Certainly, it is more important for you to say, I don't know, and I will find that out for you, than to just make something up and say, oh, or I think it's this. I never like to give my clients an answer that I'm not 100% sure on in any piece of the transaction, any conversation. So the best script that you have in your script basket is going to be, I think I know, I'm just not 100% positive. Let me get right back to you on that. I'm going to hang up with you, or when we part ways today, I'm going to go find that out, and I will let you know before X time, before the end of the day, or within the hour, or by the end of the week if it's something that might take more research. Great question, Deborah. Great question. Okay, good. Any other questions? Anything like that? Okay, so this continuous drive for knowledge and improvement is part of our 6 personal perspectives. Which perspective or perspectives do you think apply here? Do y'all know what the 6 personal perspectives are? I had all kinds of slides up and I've lost them, so I was going to pop them up. We're talking 80-20 principle, all of those. So what perspectives apply here are to be have a learning mindset or be learning based, right? We need to always be learning. And then committing to self-mastery. So knowing that you don't ever know everything, and there's always room for growth, right? So committing to keeping in your schedule, learning about your market. So having that learning-based schedule, as well as knowing that you're never going to be the ultimate authority and there's always room for growth, right? We want to commit to self-mastery. We also want to be sure that we never assume that we are the master of anything. Even Gary Keller continues to learn and grow and would tell you that, without being learning based, he's the master of nothing. Okay, so we're going to page 14 in our participants guide. And I'll take you there now. Let's make sure I'm on the right page. So this is a grow and keep your expertise activity. In your group, so we haven't been breaking into groups because frankly, I don't know how to do that. And I also really want to stay on time here, which we're a little bit behind. So we'll do this quickly. So select a neighborhood that you'd like to focus on. What I want you to do is just think about where you are going to do business and choose just, it could be the town you live in or a town where you know there is a high turnover of sales. So for the purpose of this activity, let's just pick a neighborhood. And so it says, discover resources that help keep you informed on how that neighborhood is developing. Possible areas of interest may include, is there an HOA? When do they meet? Can you find their bylaws online? Have there been any recent news stories on development in that area? We're not going to take the time to go digging this information out. What I want you to do is really thinking about the area that you've chosen in your mind. Do you know the answers to these questions? And if not, where would you go to find them, right? So what's going on with development in that area? When does the city council for that area meet to discuss any changes that might affect residents? Something that applies to this year, and well, last year, and hopefully not much of this year, is town council meeting? Or how do homeowners pay their taxes with the city offices closed? What is the right phone number or email to get someone if they do have a somewhat urgent matter or question and their town office is not open? So those are things that we can know now that we didn't need to know in the past. So that's just a little bit of an example of kind of being learning based, right? You may have known everything about your town or the town you choose to be a hyper local expert in 2 years ago, and now everything's changed. So have you taken the time to get to know what the COVID rules and regulations are in that town and who you can go to and all that good stuff, right? Does your chosen neighborhood have any dedicated member groups on social media? Where does the neighborhood, where does that, should probably say neighborhood, get its water, power, trash collection, transfer station? Is it predominantly public water, sewer, predominantly private? Who are the service professionals in that area that might help with those things? How are its schools? This one I want you to be careful on. We want to make sure we're not steering. If you've chosen an area that happens to have phenomenal schools, that's great. Just remember that you don't want to promote that as a reason why people should move to that town. That is steering. So just knowing the information about the schools, or I would actually back that up to say, knowing where to find the information about the schools and guiding your potential home buyers to that site or sites. That can be part of your presentation. It is important to know you can answer specific questions if people ask them. Just make sure you don't make good schools or bad schools a focus of your marketing. That's not what we do. Okay. Any questions on that?
I have one quick question on the schools question. What do you think are the best kind of resources to point people to the information on schools that aren't considered steering?
Yeah, what I normally do is and I don't know the site off the top of my head. I just kind of Google like so for me, Massachusetts schools by ranking. And there is a website that comes up where they can look at how is the school ranked, of all schools in the state, as well as within the county. It gives MCAS score results and shows any awards and accolades that any of the instructors and educators there and professionals have or anything that the schools received, shows deficits, things like that. Another thing, because so for me personally, I have 2 children with special needs. And so we have moved a handful of times in the past 10 years. And that can be tricky. So another thing that I personally know to tap into when I'm looking around, and this might be something, is I will pull up the minutes from the meetings of the special education in the town, like the school committee meetings. I like to read those and figure out like what are the focuses in terms of the special education, what kind of statements are being made. I opted not to move to a town myself personally. I have every right to make that choice based on what some of those minutes had said. So, that's another resource that people can tap into. I think it's very helpful. Usually my clients don't need to go down that rabbit hole. I think having the data of where the schools rank is enough for them. And yet, if you do have somebody that needs a little bit more detail, that can be a good resource, as well as just sending them to the town school, the school website. They can get the phone numbers for the principals, the vice principals, the special educators, and all of the departments there. And that's a great resource for them as well to just, I like to call before I move to a town and ask them questions because I do have children with significant needs. So I think that people are welcome to do that and should do that.
Corinne, somebody just put in the chat. It's I was going to say it was greatschools.net, but somebody put greatschools.com is a popular website.
Okay.
And I share with Corinne, our youngest, and I say youngest, he's now 14, which is horrifying, is autistic and diabetic. So we call him sugar-tistic. And when we were searching for school systems, you know, we were directed to move to Stratford, which everybody laughs at because there's nothing in Stratford. We just got electricity, which is exciting.
Yeah.
So we're in Stratford, New Hampshire, and they rated really high on Great Schools. And I would argue, and Corinne might agree with me, I think if you find a school system that does really well with IEPs, individual education plans, it stands to reason the rest of it follows suit. And, you know, head counts and stuff like that. Somebody asked, you know, is it a problem to be steering people away from certain school systems? We certainly don't want to.
Yeah.
We don't want to be we want to offer the material. It's the
Yeah.
same thing as with Megan's Law and stuff like that. We want to make sure that we're giving them the right materials to do their due diligence.
Right.
At the same time, I can have a conversation, Corinne can have a conversation. Any parent with a child with an IEP can probably speak to their school system, you know, a little more passionately than most. And that's part of our value proposition.
Yeah.
I chose to live in the middle of nowhere because the school system is great, right? And the
Right.
head count was low too, right? We had the student teacher ratio was a lot stronger. So it is an important part of the conversation because people get misconstrued. Their friends, they're going to hear from their friends that the school system in their town is phenomenal because their friends live in that school system. And they don't want to be like, so we love our town and the school system's horrible. Nobody's ever going to say that.
Yeah.
They're always going to rave about the choice they made for their kids.
Right.
So that's obviously for parents of school age kids is going to be an important conversation. And I would argue that if the IEPs are upheld really strongly, the rest of the school system probably follows suit.
Yeah, and I think it's really important what you said, and I heard someone use the words, should we steer them away? We are never, ever steering any client in any direction that is highly illegal. So you are never to say, oh, this, you know, school or this town happens to be predominantly this race or this religion, or, hey, I just know that there's a high number of happy parents of children with autism in this town. That is steering. We have to be very, very, very careful of that. I want to be very clear there. What we are saying is you need to know where to go to give them the resources so that they can do their research and make strong decisions for themselves. And that's a big piece of your value proposition, is saying, I have these resources for you, right? For me, a piece of my value proposition is I am a parent of 2 children with autism and I have moved. So I'm able to have really good conversations with other parents of children with IEPs that are scared to move, and it is a fear, on how to do it in a way that has reduced amounts of stress. It's not to say that it won't be scary, and it isn't to say that my value proposition is I can just tell you what town to go to. I wouldn't do that because it is illegal. I also wouldn't do it because I don't want to be the one to make that decision for you and your family, right? Or you and your household. What I can do is give you my knowledge of what has worked for me, as well as point you in the direction of the right websites and phone numbers to call. So that's what we're saying here, is have the resources, right? That is 100% what you do, and that is where your obligation ends and should end. Okay. Moving on.
I would also say that a great resource now is that most towns, and as an agent, to be on the local Facebook pages. Each one of the towns has one.
Yeah.
And
present
areas that I cover to belong to those, because within those pages, you hear directly from parents, and then other groups that are started through the schools that may work for you, special need, whether it's the special needs group, whether it's certain sports groups.
Yeah.
The pages are available there too. So those are great resources to help for school parents looking for, schools and information about the schools.
Right, absolutely. And while sports aren't protected, I still would get away from saying, like, so for example, I live in an area where there is a town that has a strong lacrosse program. Their teams always win states and they're phenomenal. I still wouldn't say to somebody, oh, your kid plays lacrosse, you should live in X town. I would say, there's some strong teams in the area. You should look at the stats and here's sites that you can do that. Because even though, yes, sports is not a protected class, it is still steering, right? So we just want to stay away from that altogether. Okay, very good. So we're going to the next slide here. Create a stellar experience with the services you provide. So the three aspects of service: knowing the purpose of real estate, your value proposition, and your fiduciary role all contribute to the same goal, ensuring the best experience for your client. Now that you understand each of those aspects, it's on you to deliver the best experience you can. What qualifies as an excellent real estate experience? Let's have one person answer that. I would say, I'm just going to move on because we are going to run out of time. I really want to get you on the phone. I'd say what qualifies as an excellent real estate experience would be successfully completing that fiduciary role, right? Best price for the property, quickest amount of time, least amount of problems, right? That would make a stellar experience, in my opinion. And then, you know, we use our value proposition to deliver on those. What services are you or your office responsible for providing? Anyone want to answer that? Right, so I'd say, as we just discussed, it's about providing the resources, right? Yes, we provide transaction services, contract, negotiations, listing, online presence, signage, lock boxes. Yes, we will provide, we'll handle the checks and we'll facilitate the closing. On top of that, we're also responsible for providing resources, right? So allied resources like landscapers and stagers and carpet cleaners and home inspectors and attorneys, movers, things of that nature. And so that is what we're going to talk about now with our script, is allied resources. And that is a big piece of your value proposition. So I have what I can bring to the table. And then I also have this phenomenal group of vendors that I can refer you to that are going to even further make a smooth and awesome transaction above and beyond what I'm personally able to do. I can't personally, or I shouldn't personally empty your house for you. However, I can recommend you to a mover. I shouldn't personally be correcting deficits in your home, but I can refer you to a contractor. Those kind of things. So you should also develop relationships with businesses in your town that people might need after they move, so doctors, dentists, hairstylists, pet services. So this not only enables you to provide excellent service for your clients after they buy the house, it also can serve as a source of referrals for you, which is wonderful. So we're going to go ahead and look at the script for allied resources. So let me get that. Let's see if it's in your packet. Oh, go away thing. Let me just bear with me here. Let's see. So what I want you to do is we're going to practice the script. So let's get that. I had it open, so let's see if I can just get back to it. Oh, you know what? I have it on my, sorry for the home screen there. Just give me one moment. Script book. Can y'all see that popping up? It's got the elementals on it now. Just anyone give me a yes or a no?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Hi guys, I really don't know the tech stuff very well. I can't wait for COVID to end so I can teach people in person. That would be nice. Let me just find the one that we're looking at today. And you all should have this. And again, it is available to you on kw.com on the education tab, Ignite Lab 2.0. And then this would be in the resources section. It's here. I think I might have passed it. I just want to pull it up for you. I had it all pulled up. I don't know what happened to my screen. So let's see if I can find it here. Pricing, objections. It's going to be, All right. If anyone else has that open, and you can tell me if you can find the page that has the vendor script. I had it open yesterday. I know it exists. So let's see if we can't find it. sure it's not just in my presentation. Sorry, guys. 2 seconds, bear with me. So let's go page. All right, I don't want to take too much time on it, so give me 30 more seconds, and if I don't pull it up quickly.
Bryn, are you talking about calling personal and professional service industries?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
That's gonna be in the Spark. You're in the Elemental. You want to be in the Spark script book.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
I
on
got it
page
all on
8.
my, yeah, here we go.
So
It's on page
Oh,
8.
Thank you, thank you. Another one too.
I just attached it into the chat. So it's going to be page 8 of the Ignite Spark script book.
Got it. Wonderful.
It's also on the Facebook units. If you're happen to be on a tablet or a phone and you can't get it right now, you can get it later.
Right there, Corinne. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, so calling the personal and professional service industries. Creating referral partnerships with business owners you have done business with or hope to do business with. Certainly, if you're new, you haven't done business with them yet, you can use these scripts for the second half. So I'm just going to quickly read them. So hello, business owner. I'm Corinne with Keller Williams Realty. I'm in the process of creating a list of preferred businesses and service providers to give to my clients. Since I frequently have clients ask me for a good landscaper, I only want trusted companies to refer them to. Since I have had excellent service from you, would you and your business be interested in being included? Of course, they're going to say yes. Great. I like to establish these professional referral partnerships to help grow each other's businesses as well. So if I were to refer clients to you, would you be willing to refer your clients that are looking to buy or sell a home to me with the assurance that I will provide them with a high level of customer service that you expect? They should say yes. You say excellent. How about we confirm each other's contact information so we can get started, get that info. And then I also like to say, okay, great, I'm going to drop a card in the mail to you. Feel free to do the same. Here's my address. Okay. And then of course, if you're newer, which many of you are, we'll use the creating referral partnerships with business owners you have not done business with. Hi, business owner. I'm Corinne with Keller Williams Realty, and I'm in the process of creating a list of preferred businesses and service providers to give to my clients. Since I frequently have clients ask me for a good dentist, I'm looking for a trusted company to refer them to. I've heard good things about your company. Would you and your business be interested in being included? They should say yes. Great. I like to establish these professional referral partnerships to help grow each other's business as well. So if I were to refer clients to you, would you be willing to refer your clients that are looking to buy or sell a home to me with the assurance that I will provide them with a high level of customer service that you expect? They say yes. You say excellent, confirm. If they say no, I'm not interested, then just say, okay, fantastic, and move on because we don't have a lot of time. And I would like each of you to use these scripts to connect with at least one business before we end today. And we've got about, 20 minutes left. So let's go ahead and mute ourselves and mute your computer. That way, if someone pops in with a question, you won't hear them through your computer. Let's go ahead and just think about perhaps a real estate attorney, a landscaper, any business that you feel you'll need in your allied resources. Let's choose one type of company. You can go to the, Google, find a business in your area. Let's call them. If it's, a front desk person that answers, you could ask to speak with the owner if they're in, or you can just have the conversation with whomever answers the phone. That is up to you. Do you feel comfortable going for this script, or do you want 5 minutes to practice first? Just shout it out. Practice or go for it.
Practice.
Okay.
I say practice too. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So it's 11:39. Let's go ahead and take like 8 minutes to practice this. Whomever is able to break everyone into small groups, let's do like groups of 4. I don't know how to do it. If somebody can tell me how to do it, I'll do it. Otherwise, let's break them up into groups and we'll do some practice for about 5 to 10 minutes. Somewhere in the 8-minute range. I'll bring you back in. Is that doable? Oh, you're on mute, Erin. No, still can't hear you.
why it's not unmuting. Sorry. I'm going to send you into breakout rooms right now.
Thank you.
We'll do about 5.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 in a group would be great.
Okay.
Let's have everyone in the group get a chance to practice once at least and give feedback.
All right. All right. We're going to do that now. All right. And you guys will all be getting an invite. Please join the room.
It was going to put me in one, so I said later because I want to be here if they want to ask.
Yeah.
questions. I'm not sure how the breakouts work, if they're able to pop themselves out, but
They can leave it, but then when you're ready, I'll just
yeah, we'll just bring them
you
back.
tell me and I'll bring them all back.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I know I said, I promised I was going to get them on phone. To do at least one.
So yeah, they're still kind of filtering in. So
Yep, that's good. We'll give, like 11:48. That'll give them some time to practice. And then, another 10 minutes at least to get at least one. The good thing with the business calls is it's a business day. It's Monday. People are open. So they'll get, I think, a good number in 10 minutes,
yeah.
hopefully. Was hoping to have some more time, and that's good.
I know I feel like this session, there's always a lot of questions and, conversation. People really need to talk about it. So it's hard to stay on time.
No, that's all right. Honestly, I'd rather get the info in them and one call in than have them get skimmed on the info and just to get, multiple calls in. So I just really want to make sure they get that phone picked up.
All right.
I don't know what happened. I had the 6 personal perspectives open. I had the Y4C2Ts open. I had the script all open as tabs on my computer, and they disappeared when I came into this room, and I'm afraid to click. I don't want to click anything and end up in no man's land.
There was no one in that breakout room. I think I was in room 8, just so you guys know.
Okay.
Say it again. There was no one in there. Yeah, there's a couple. I can move you into a room. There's a couple rooms where nobody joined. So.
Okay.
I know she's just going to take a couple more minutes, and I'm pretty comfortable with this, so I'm okay. You don't have to take the time.
Good. Kelly, do you want to talk about your value proposition at all? Do you have questions? Do you want to?
No, I don't want to talk.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm actually just sitting here kind of going over it because I've never called it a value proposition. So looking at it at different ways. I have what I used for my website and for mailings and like an introduction that I did to myself when for myself, like I did a mailing when I became an agent. So I'm just looking at it now for the things like where it says from this graph, from like what people want and what they value. A lot of what I put in my proposition is, I think, more of a value. So I'm just trying to reword that. And now that I've been doing this for a couple of years, plug into a few other things. What Aaron said earlier is just that is the thing. It's articulating that like in the right way where you're not just trying to where I feel like you're not just trying to be like schmoozy and say all these
yeah, hey, look at how good of an agent I am, right?
Well, yeah, or just like all these like real, I don't want to just sound like everybody else. I want to be specific, but at the same time, it really is where I come, how I feel about this, why I do this, and especially like getting the designation and stuff that I did is because it means a lot to me. I lived that life and I know what it's like to live somewhere that you've never lived, even as an agent here. I use that a lot because people that come here or that, they're moving here from other areas. I only moved here 10 years ago. So like, I'm not a local, but I try to really immerse myself in that. And I also am a huge community person. I think being part of your community will always, introduce you and bring you to where you live so much easier than if you kind of just get here and stick to yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And it sounds like what you're speaking to is your big why, right? When you say, I really enjoy the accreditation that I've received because I've lived that life and I know what these other, families or households are going through. That sounds like a piece of a big why, right? That you really want to help others have an easy and great life in a new area. And you know that it can be done because you've done it, and you know what it feels like because you've done it. So I think that's awesome. I love it.
Thank you.
You're good, Kelly. And I'd love for you to share with the group when we do our final ahas, if this applies to you, how much different it feels to write a value proposition or bring these things to the table now than it did maybe when you were a new agent a few years ago, right? And how much you've learned and grown, and how much what this is going to look like for them in a few years. I think that'd be a great aha to pick up with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm putting the words together and stuff. Like I'm still working on that, but like looking at it from the, like as an introduction to myself of all these things that I wanted to be, because my old one, I just read it and I thought, God, you sound like such a dork.
No.
Like, oh my God, you sound like such a, like this is so made up, like from someone. So going over that and kind of wording it to what has been important to me that I've now experienced is
sure, like that's transpired, right?
Aiming for, yeah.
I love it. And hey, fake it till you make it, right? That's what we do. That's unfortunately when we're new, we lean on lots of stats and what we know, and we go with what we know.
Yeah, and it's so hard. It's so hard to, because as soon as you say to me, what do other people think of you? And I go, I don't want to say that because I know that there are a lot of people that think many different things about me.
Oh, yeah, sure. Fair enough. We should say, what are the great things people would say about you, right?
What are the nice things people would say about you?
It looks like, and let me get my grid view up, and maybe people are starting to come back. I'd still like to give them 2 more minutes if they're.
Yeah, I just gave them a 2-minute warning. So they have about another probably minute and a half.
Yeah.
I'll bring them back at 11:48.
Perfect.
Aaron, we did a breakout group the other day, or we kind of put together a Zoom group where we're practicing scripts, and somebody had asked, do you know where the script is for FSBOs and expireds? Because we couldn't find them in these 2 script booklets that we had.
Yeah, so there's an older script book that's on KWU. I can post it to the chat when everyone comes back, and then I can also post it to the Facebook group that does have some scripts for sale by owners and expireds. I do think because of the do not call list, there's been a little bit of a movement towards your sphere and people that you have a relationship with, right? So you've gotten their contact information and you've gotten permission to basically have a conversation with them, which is why those scripts are not in the new Ignite. That's my
okay. All right. Yeah,
understanding. There are scripts available, and there's some great ones from Jeff Glover actually.
Okay, yeah, that'll be great because I didn't think about like a specific script for that, and someone in the group was talking about it, and I was like, oh, I'll try to remember to ask if there is one. But that's a good reason. I'm always scared to call people that I don't know because of that. Do not call them.
Yeah, no, I think it's not that we don't want you calling those people, but that it's not the foundation of Ignite.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it absolutely does. Thank you.
So I'm going to bring people back now.
Bring them back. Perfect.
So they should all be back within the next 57 seconds. They're zooming back into the room like magic.
Nice. Love it. You've zoomed back to your face of picking up the phone. So we'll just give it like another 30 seconds to make sure everyone's in. Okay, so as people are coming in, I want to have you guys do as I said, and we're going to mute ourselves, mute our computers. I'd like you to use this script to connect with at least one local business. Make sure, just as we've said, you're delivering on that promise. So if you call a business and you say, I'm going to put my business card in the mail to you, please do that today. We have our daily 10-4. This is a great opportunity to use this script to easily connect with business owners. The beautiful thing about calling a business is they're generally open. You will get people to answer the phone. It's a very effective call to make in terms of getting people to answer. So just be ready, take a deep breath, do a couple of jumping jacks if you need to, and let's go ahead and take, I'd say, let's go right to noon with the phone calls. If you need to step off at noon, you can go ahead and just jump right off. I am happy to stay for an extra 10 minutes or so. We'll do some ahas, share our successes from the calls, and I'd say, okay, go ahead, let's do it. And anybody who hasn't muted me yet, I'll say you're welcome to, raise your hand and I'm happy to answer questions. Okay, go ahead and unmute. Is that Jessica?
Yeah, hi. So I know I'm not alone in this, that some of us aren't agents yet, so we really can't make any calls. Is there something that you think we could do instead? Because this has come up a few times in the sessions that I've been in, and I'm like, I got nothing. I can't call anybody. I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. Why don't you go ahead and take this time to make a list of businesses that you will call when you do get your license. Okay. So thinking of that hyper local agent, where do you plan to work? What are the allied resources in that area? Let's get a complete list of the business, the street they're on, and business, street and town, and phone number, and any other info you think is pertinent that you can see from their Google listing. That way, when you come in, you'll be able to quickly pick up the phone and start making calls to these businesses. I'd almost argue that because you're calling businesses, and you could say that I'm going to be getting my license, but I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything that gets anyone in trouble. So that's going to be, Tim, are you saying that you agree that that would be acceptable?
Yeah, well, the can't have a business conversation is really in regards to the fact that I'm not going to discuss real estate. Right? I'm not going to discuss the conducting real estate business with these individuals. If I were calling and saying, hey, one of the things, I'm in the midst of having my license land with my new office, and one of the things I'm doing is I want to start to build my arsenal of allied resources. So I'm calling to make my list for my butcher, my baker, my candlestick maker, and to find out, hey, as we move into 2021, do you have a need for more clientele? Because one of the things I'm hearing from my teammates at my office is that more people are relocating to New England or whatever the case may be from other parts of the country. So when somebody gets here and they need a massage therapist, they need a chiropractor, they need the hairstylist, they need the good butcher that has the great steak tips, would we be able to send them to you in that regard? Mm-hmm. Like you can't start to solicit business like, hey, do you know anybody who's looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate? That conversation we can't have.
Right.
Corinne's earlier point, just start to craft that list. Go through the yellow pages and literally accountant, B, baker, C, candlestick maker, right?
Yeah,
I've been doing that.
Okay. I have another suggestion as well for you, Jessica, would be to call your friends and family and say, as you know, I'm working to get my real estate license. One of the things I'm planning to do is build a list of allied resources, anything from, house painters and contractors and landscapers to appliance repair people and IT people to set up home security systems and things of that nature. Who do you know that I should put on that list, right? My number one intention is to refer to friends and family. Do you have a spouse or a friend that is who should I know, right? Who should I be calling? Because
there's a list or something, a resource in Command too, possibly, isn't there? I haven't gotten to explore it much.
Yeah, and you can even just build a database in Command and tag them as allied resource, secondary tag, what they do for a living, landscaper, plumber, architect.
Yeah, there's like a drop down list, right? So that I can look at that for ideas to.
Yeah. I'm not the Command guru by any means. That's my, I should have Alon here, my tech guy, who sat next to me all day.
I won't tell anybody.
Yeah. My specialty is causing people to pick up the phone and make more money. That's what I do. And then when we started getting new tech, it's funny because I used to be the tech trainer for our office 10 years ago. I was the one who built agent websites through, our IDX and all, and now I'm just like, I don't know, do mine.
You and I have that in common. I did like repaired cell phones and stuff, and I was the web administrator for the Lake League of Connecticut for a little while too.
Yeah.
So
And
I got
then-
that weird thing going.
Just got away from me. And now I have a meeting with my tech coordinator on the calendar actually for this week to get everything properly up and running so that I can build my coaching team and start funneling leads and all that good jive.
Excellent.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Absolutely. Let's get at it.
Mhm.
How you doing, Thomas?
That awkward moment when you make a call, because I actually have like a bunch of business cards from when I was an energy auditor. So I would go into these business owners' homes and I'd collect their business cards. But I called a real estate agent.
Oh, that's okay. So here's my trick for that is to say, I'm so glad to hear you're a realtor. Have you considered a career at Keller Williams? Right? Just bring them on over, right? In fact, I would challenge you to figure out a way to transition back into it and call them back today and say, I just wanted to say I feel a little silly that I didn't think to ask you this earlier, but which brokerage are you working with, and are you happy? And can I interest you in a conversation about Keller Williams?
Yeah.
Invite them to this class.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, bring them as a guest tomorrow. You can do that.
Their office might not be doing this tomorrow, just a guess. And the other thing, Thomas, depending on where you were calling, I trust you're probably calling relatively local numbers because you're doing allied resource calls. If they're outside of where you would normally work and play, ask them if they want to create a referral partnership.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
We're in real estate. There's no such thing as a wrong number, dude. Just rock and roll.
that's right. That's absolutely.
I have a quick question. Is it our best practice to limit folks that we're trying to get into a referral network to one per industry?
I would say not one per industry, because not every person is going to mesh well with every client, and people like to be able to compare and get quotes. I like to keep my allied list to about 3 or 4 of each. I have 3 or 4 real estate attorneys that I refer to. I have 3 or 4 lenders, 3 or 4 landscape contractors, 3 or 4, contractors, things like that.
Corinne, do you ever find that when you are reaching out that somebody will ask you that question?
If they do, I say just what I've said to you. I completely understand that you would like to be the only contractor that I have on my list, and I'd love to be the only agent you have on your list. However, in a real world, in a perfect world, that'd be in a perfect world. And in the real world, that's just not practical. Not every person that Mr. General Contractor, is going to want to hire me as a real estate agent. I would expect that you would probably have more than one name to give them, just as my consumers expect me to have more than one name to give. So, if you decline to be on the list, I completely understand, and I'll find someone that would like to. Otherwise, I'd love to include you, right? There are so many contractors out there. You want to know, really, in speaking of value proposition, what is that, what is the people that you are referring, people that you're going to put on your list, you want to know what their value proposition is and how they operate. And someone who wants to be exclusive, if they're not going to give you that exclusivity back, I wouldn't entertain it at all. And I probably wouldn't entertain it anyway, because like I said, you really want to be able to give your people options. That helps you bring value. So, I think that's important, more important to me to find 4 good contractors that we can fit on the list that are okay with not being exclusive, than to just kind of skirt my own principles just for this one so-and-so, right?
Yep.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So it is after 12. If you want to continue on the calls, I absolutely encourage you to do that. I would love for anyone who is on the phone right now and is listening to hear some ahas from the course overall today. Any questions you have, we can answer those now. Please don't hesitate to share.
AHA would be like, there was a bunch. The idea of value proposition. I feel like value proposition for me was like the vocabulary, much like synergy. It just was like a great way to tie everything in a knot.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the resources, the step-by-step plan on how to build and grow expertise, as well as the websites and the setup. I have like start here, set up buyers with knowledge of neighborhood for after the sale and purchase, which also creates residuals and everlasting relationship, which is nice.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about real estate is everyone needs to live somewhere. It's there isn't a person out there in the world that couldn't be a referral for you. And so that's one of the things I love about this industry. And the longer that we stay in touch with our clients, the more, if we stick to the frequency and they hear from us direct mail every month and they get an email from us every month, and once a quarter they get a call and they're invited to an event and they get your magnetic calendar and your holiday card, as long as you're doing all of those things, you should have an exponential number of referrals that you get in, not only for real estate business and just more people to build that referral network with. It's a beautiful thing. This could be, this can spider out, just this activity alone, calling allied businesses and allied resources can spider out so many levels and degrees and can be such a big proponent for your business and referrals coming in. So I strongly encourage you to work at this probably once a month, I'd take a lead generation day to just focus on connecting with my allied resources, just saying hello, making sure that they're still happy with having you on their list, and reaching out to add more. Anybody else have questions or ahas for today before we send you on your way?
I just want to say one thing that I find really useful with all these Ignite classes is not only just, I mean, you learn so much from the coaches, but there's so much in the chat from other agents. So I definitely encourage everybody to look at the chat constantly. There's always books in there. There's always links. People have ideas. And I really liked when Tim brought up about the IEPs, because I've heard my friends use those terms before, wasn't really quite sure exactly what that entails. So it prompted me to want to learn more about that and to reach out to those people to learn more about that, because I suspect there's going to be more and more parents looking for that kind of situation.
Absolutely. I'll share with you that in the district I live in, which is, it's a district, we have multiple towns that are, under one umbrella. The statistic right now, which I thought was shocking, is something like 47% of the students in our district have IEPs, or I believe the other term is I don't want to say the wrong thing, sounds like it's probably a real estate term, have some other 501 something or other, where they have, individualized plans.
The 504.
Yeah, thank you. I knew it was fun. Like 501c3, that sounds like a real estate thing. That is staggering, and that is something that you should take note of, because yes, you will need to know these things in the future. It's not something that's going to diminish anytime soon. It's going to increase. More and more households will come to you and ask about school information. It's becoming a really big priority to people moving around. So it's good to know. Yeah, it's important to know. Very good. Thanks for sharing, Michelle.
Thank you.
And I want to, just on what Michelle said, I want to remind you all that we do put these videos up. The chats are available. Everything is there for you to look at, reread, rewatch, re-listen to. As far as I know, and Tim can correct me if I'm wrong, for right now, at least for, infinity. So,
until Zuckerberg takes it all down. So all these videos are eventually getting moved over to our YouTube channel. Immediately, you'll be able to view today's class, and all the other classes are on the KWNE Ignite 2.0 page. All the unit material is there as well. Somebody just asked, Chris just asked, is this class every day? It is. It continues. The only day we're taking off this month will be next Monday for Martin Luther King. It is Monday through Friday from 9 to noon. The whole schedule is at kellerignite.com. If you've got somebody in your market center or on your team who could be learning from this opportunity, then make sure they go there to register. You register there for free. It gives you the link to put into your calendar so you don't forget your face is here every day. And we're back tomorrow with Lorna, and she is doing, I wrote it down, and I wrote it, Find and Win the Buyer with Lorna Helms and her team tomorrow.
Great. Yeah. Now you get into the real good stuff, right? So it's been meat and potatoes up to now, getting that foundation built. And obviously the whole Spark section is for that. And then you'll really start getting into that activity-based stuff, which is so cool. So to just clarify what Tim's saying as well. So it's through the month of January. And we will do this course again, just like this. Probably different instructors will take different days. So we're getting different information out of each people's brains. So you're welcome to, and you should join again. I would recommend that until your schedule is so full of appointments that you cannot fit this course in anymore, you should take it. You should rewatch the videos. You should join in sessions throughout the next time that we offer it and beyond. Invite agents from other offices, invite agents in your market center to join. I see a good handful of my coaching clients on here today. I'm very glad to see that. Hi guys. Can't wait to talk about it afterwards. And I'm sure that each of your coaches would say that they would love to hear your ahas. They want to support you through these value propositions. We are here to help you build your business and get a solid foundation so that you can catapult from there. So, reach out, lean on us. That is what we're here for. Anybody else have questions, concerns, ahas, anything you want to share? All right, well, it's 12:10. I'd encourage you to stay on the phone for quite a while. Get your daily 10-4 completed. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow for Ignite.
Thank you, Corinne. Have a
You're
great day,
welcome.
everybody.
Thank you.